ago. So anyway, that was just my point regarding, the unleashing of proxies, but also, the drone and missile capabilities that Iran was able to build in just, a very, very short amount of time.
Yeah, I agree. Nick, we'll go to you, and Intel, go ahead. And if guys, you have any updates, let me know. Um, I don't want this to be an updates space. I want it to just be more on the idea of, or us talking about this connection and the geopolitics of it. But yeah, go ahead, Nick, and then we'll go to Intel.
Thank you so much, Xerxes. I'm really glad that you're doing these spaces, because some of the bigger spaces on this have been really been an echo chamber of a bunch of terrorist sympathizers, and it's really, really unfortunate that we see that here. So yeah, I'm really glad that you're doing this. Yeah, going back to the linkage between basically this Hamas terror attacks on Israel, it's just it's been a little bit interesting and kind of frustrating at the same time, that we see the sort of pushback on this linkage. Um, it's just to me, it's that I'm trying to understand, like, what do they want to see in order to prove that there's that linkage, because there's so much evidence already, and we know they're already, they're funded. Hamas is being funded by Iran's regime. They've been supported in every way through training and funding and all sorts of things like that. So to me, it's just really the bigger question is, like, what do they want to see, and what is what and the other question is, like, what would you think that Hamas could actually pull this off? Would Hamas be this strong? Would Hamas really exist in the same capacity if it wasn't for Iran, the terrorist regime in Iran? So if you answer those questions, you truly answer, try to answer those questions, and you realize, that the head of the snake is the terrorist regime in Iran. There's no doubt about it. So
Yeah.
all of these discussions, it's just seems, or the pushback that we're getting, it's really silly, and I think it's really being pushed by Biden administration, and all of those who've been pushing the wrong policy of empowering the terrorist regime in Iran, funding them, and most importantly, lifting these sanctions. We all know about the 6 billion, but the sanctions not being enforced is one of the biggest drivers that funds this regime, and they continue to
Yeah.
fund their proxies.
Yeah, I agree. And, it's funny you say this, because I brought this up in a space, and, look, I get it. I talk about, like, my focus is the Middle East, but unfortunately, guys, like, everywhere I look, I see the Islamic Republic's fingerprints over everything. And when I bring this up, people are like, where is the link? And this is why it's so important to, like, link all of these things together, because they are so all are so like deeply connected with each other. But Prodigal, you wanted to chime in on this? Go ahead, and then we'll go to Intel. Go ahead, Prodigal.
Yeah, I mean, I think Biden's foreign policy has been a complete disaster, right? This is somebody. I mean, people bring up the 6 billion, whether they got it or not doesn't matter, right? He has killed U.S. energy. He has pursued this green energy pipe dream, which has kept prices elevated. He has weaponized the U.S. dollar and treasuries so that people skirt our sanctions and view whether they should hold U.S. debt that can be weaponized against them, right? Everything has done has been insane. He lifted, instead of unleashing Canadian energy, he lifted sanctions against Venezuela. And what does Venezuela do? They sign an agreement with Iran to develop their oil industry. And in the announcement, they say, Iran says, we're going to help you skirt U.S. sanctions. Iran has never been pumping more oil. China's their biggest buyer, and this is just what he's emboldened them. Right, this strategy of appeasement has failed completely. As soon as he agreed to pay $6 billion for the hostages, right? Iran basically kicks out UN, completely relaunches its nuclear program, and says we don't give a damn. Right, so nothing he's done has worked, and then you have to ask yourself how certain people like Rob Malley, or whatever his name is, who had met with Hamas before, why is he named? Basically the U.S. envoy for trying to get this nuclear deal back. When who does he sympathize more with Hamas and Iran or the U.S.? So I think that this strategy, particularly crippling U.S. energy and Western energy at a time when all that does is empower these resource-rich economies. Well, we're resource-rich, but so is Russia and so is Iran, and they're not as diversified. Is just pure insanity. So anybody who says that Biden is not to blame for this, they're not discussing these issues in good faith, because it's clearly
So,
documented.
so you don't think he's going to refreeze the $6 billion?
What difference does it make? What difference does it make at this point with the havoc he's wreaked on the world, right? It's easy to be a backseat driver now, but everybody warned him what this was going to lead to. And even Saudi Arabia now, what they meet with the China's central bank, and they're strengthening ties. They're moving into BRICS. This is a guy who ran on, I'm going to imprison MBS. I'm going to press charge. Like this guy, if you were going to ratchet up tensions with Russia and China, what are you doing? You're literally putting us in a position where we might be in a three-pronged war, and that's not even discussing that we are losing Latin America. China is signing deals left and right. The Monroe Doctrine, for all intents and purposes, is dead in Latin America. And what does this administration do? They sell Bolsonaro out, and they're going after what's his name? But I can't even pronounce it. In El Salvador, was it El Salvador? The one who's finally went after the cartels. So the two of the right-wing governments that would actually ally with the U.S., he's alienating. So even our allies we're not treating right. And what he did in Brazil, backing Lula, guess who's buying the bulk of their corn now? China, right? China is now entering new agreements with them. This is just a complete shit show. He has no real wins.
Can I
Yeah.
add something on the $6 billion, Xerxes?
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Go ahead, Nick, and then I'll go to Sarah. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I was just going to say I still believe that it's really important to get the Biden administration to refreeze the $6 billion, because we want them to basically reverse course on their Iran policy. And I think even if you don't think the $6 billion is a big deal, we still need them to take that first step and get Congress, get everyone to push them, so that they no longer continue, with the, continuing to appease the regime. So they reverse course. So that could be a great first step. Then obviously followed through with them enforcing the sanctions. So I think on the activism side, I do think we need to push the members of Congress to push the Biden administration to freeze the $6 billion, and that'll be a really great first step. And also, if some folks are new, I would also encourage them to simultaneously ask senators to help with the MASSA Act S-2626. That's something that we've been pushing since the beginning of the year, which sanctions the Khamenei, the supreme leader of the terrorist regime in Iran, and his offices. So it's a stronger way of enforcing the sanctions on him and having oversight and making it law. So I really, really encourage some folks that are new to help us get senators to co-sponsor that bill and get it through Senate as well.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Yeah, I'm waiting on more updates from what's going on in Gaza. But before we get there, I want to go to. I have my Sarah. Go ahead, and then I'll get to you, Katie. Go ahead, Sarah.
I have a quick question from the audience. This is for Prodigal. The question is, how would you define victory for Israel at this point? Do you see the current military action can achieve that? Is there a military solution to solve Israel's Gaza problem?
Yeah, it's a complicated question. I don't think anybody. I think in the end, Hamas cannot be allowed to rule. To me, I don't know what that means for what's going to happen in Gaza, but there's a reason why the U.S. has a aircraft carrier there. It's deterrence to make sure other nations, it might be for resupplying, but it's also letting other nations know if this goes down, America's right there. So I don't know. I think in the end, a victory for Israel is ensuring that Hamas is not a functioning entity that has any power or control in any part of Palestine.
Yeah, thanks for that. Katie, I wanted to go over to you. I saw you're an investigative reporter. Have you been covering this? What are your thoughts so far? Go ahead, Katie, if you can speak with us right now.
Yeah, okay, so I just wanted to say that I agree with eliminating Hamas. I am on the side of Israel in that, but there also needs to be a pathway for the Palestinians to escape, and they bombed the route out to Egypt. And I think that needs to be a vocal point of how are you going to get these innocent Palestinians out of Gaza. But also, Hamas will sacrifice their own people and use that as propaganda. I see that you're laughing at that, but that is fact. And they put children in the crossfire on purpose after they attack Israel, and then they use children to as a child sacrifice to make it look like Israel is attacking the innocent, which a child is innocent, but it is Hamas putting these children in the crossfire. And Israel is giving them ample time to leave Gaza, and they decided not to leave the places that they are bombing to spark this war. And that's why you're going to see all of these other terrorist groups come out, Hezbollah, who else is on their way to help fight alongside Palestine. And yeah, Daniel, what's up?
Oh, just I was going to let you finish. And there's the one point I was going to make is you're making a good point. Also, like there's a lot of myths on like how densely populated Gaza is. Like there are ways to like get out of Gaza City and like go into like areas where they're not fighting. And also, it's Egypt closed the border too. I wouldn't be surprised if Israel bombed the crossing after some backdoor talking with the Egyptians to sort of maybe pacify the Egyptian government, saying we'll bomb it so they don't come into Egypt. Because again, Sisi's main opponents are the Muslim Brotherhood. Like Hamas is the militant wing of the Muslim Brotherhood. Mohammed Morsi was the Muslim Brotherhood government. They were like they had won the election, whatever. Then they're like, okay, no more elections. Let's start throwing gays off the roofs. Caliphate. And then people came back on the streets, and it was Sisi like, okay, is this going to be a military dictatorship or an Islamist dictatorship? And it's a military dictatorship. So I would not be surprised if it comes out that the Israelis bombed the crossing at the behest of the Egyptians to sort of pacify the Egyptians because Egypt does not want Palestinians there.
But Egypt could reopen it if they wanted to. The reality of the matter is nobody wants to take in 2 million because it will destabilize any country that takes it.
And it has historically, and almost most Muslim nations who support Palestine have done horrific things to Palestinians. This is what happens when you lock people and use them as a political weapon as against the Israelis and call them refugees forever, and then teach them about jihad and turn them into bloodlusting demons. You get modern Palestinian society, and no one wants to import that into their own countries except maybe Canada, America, and the EU.
And especially if you can't vet them. Especially if you can't vet them. Like that's the insanity when they say bring them to Europe, bring it to the U.S. Egypt's main concern, they will let people in if they're vetted. The problem is you can't vet 2 million people now. And like he said, if your main rival is connected to Hamas, you think those people are going to be sympathetic to the one faction in the country that's going against you? That's the problem. Nobody there's as much as they try to paint this as if Hamas represents the standard bearer of the Arab and the Muslim world. Nobody wants to touch this at all.
Yeah. So go ahead and finish, and then we'll move on. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I have other thoughts I'll add in later.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so I want to go to Intel. Just give me a second because I got to go to Alex. My boy Alex, been doing great spaces, man. What's up? Go ahead, and then we'll go Intel, then B. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? I'm driving, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the space, brother. Last night was amazing. 6,000 tuned in, 7,000 playbacks so far. So we kicked ass last night. Wonderful space. I've been in a lot of spaces. I'm going to say the same thing. What I see is very clear day. The IRGC had their paw prints on this. The $6 billion, people want to say it wasn't used. There's evidence that it's not been used, and that it's the oil output coming with the Chinese. Okay, if that's the case, how is this organized? How is this tactfully planned? And you got to look at the cookie in the room and say, like I said before, 2 weeks ago, they had the Islamic Unity Conference, quote unquote unity. All the known criminals, except for Taliban and maybe Houthis, which now they want to have their dice in this. They had that conference, and then 2 days ago, 2 days before this massacre took place, the dictator himself said Zionism is dead, the Jews will die. And yet, he still has a Twitter account, and he gaslighted today's crisis. So, they may not have actually pulled the plug, pulled the button, but we know damn well who actually was responsible. It could be the regime, it could be Russia too. We don't know. But I look at the evidence. I look at the way this was organized. Hamas is not organized like that. Hamas, yeah, they're a threat, but the way they had weapons, the way they had paragliders and parachuting into a concert, I mean, you just got to look at it like that, man. That is IRGC style tech. Right. Yeah, so I just wanted to put that into consideration. So
yeah, man. Well, I'm glad you could join us, man. And as always, great space. It was a great one last night. And I want to answer for someone. I'm getting a lot of questions asking, like, how will Hezbollah get involved? Hezbollah's military. Hezbollah's changed completely as an organization since the Syrian war, and I think it's changed in ways that we can't even fathom. Hezbollah is built on 3 pillars. So the 3 pillars that we all know about Hezbollah is that it derives all of its power for is social services and separate economy. So Hezbollah offers its own social services, which are even ideological in nature, to the Shia community, mainly in southern Lebanon, also a suburb in Beirut called Dahi. They have their own separate economy, so businesses, infrastructure, very similar to what the IRGC does from Lebanon. And the rhetoric of resistance is really important for Hezbollah, for Shias in southern Lebanon that really embody and want to fight Israel for whatever reason, very highly, these Islamists that want to fight Israel. The rhetoric of resistance is really important. And so Hezbollah has actually taken over that. For many that don't remember, there was actually a group before Hezbollah. What is it? I think it was like the National Resistance Front. They owned that rhetoric. They all ended up getting killed, hunted down by Hezbollah members because Hezbollah understood how important it was to own the rhetoric of resistance to gain, give favor within those Shia Islamists in southern Lebanon. The third pillar really of Hezbollah is kind of the way they connect themselves to a greater Shia community. It's kind of like the collective memory of the Shias in southern Lebanon. For those of you who don't know, the slogan for Hezbollah is Kol Yawmi Karbala. I'm pronouncing that. It's Arabic. Maybe Zainab can do better. But basically it translates to every day is Karbala. They are able to trace this by saying that they link this to the resistance by saying it's like a holy war. It's a holy war for the Shias. But it also, this understanding of the Shia unity connects them to Iran through what they call Velayat al-Faqih, which makes them believe that Khamenei is their representative and they fight on his behalf. So these are the 3 pillars on which kind of Hezbollah operates. And we've seen all of these things change since the war in Lebanon. One of the things that's changed is the social services that Hezbollah gives to all of the members in its Shia community in southern Lebanon has changed dramatically. That's because whenever they went to war in Syria, a lot of the social services, a lot of the money that would go to regular Shias more of it started going to the military families. We even started seeing military families, what their benefits would get being slashed. What do I mean by this? If you were a Hezbollah fighter and you died fighting in Syria, your family would get like around $40,000. That number went to $32,000, $20,000. Today, it's nothing. So a lot of these social services have been shifted, and that's like one of the first pillars of Hezbollah. The second thing is, I think their idea of fighting with Iran and fighting with all of these different groups changed a little bit in Syria. Hezbollah probably had this idea that Iranians were like these great fighters, these like powerful fighters. Hezbollah was the elite force in Syria. They weren't like just ground troops. It was Hezbollah leading and commanding all of these fights. It was the Syrians who gave them directions, and the Iranians that were even there on behalf of the IRGC oftentimes were abandoning them. We first didn't know if we could confirm this, but we saw a lot of video and and radio, that we had leaks from their radios where it was basically like IRGC fighters abandoning Hezbollah. And we had known about this, but this was the first time we had evidence of this. The third thing is their military doctrine, the way they fight against Israel. Hezbollah has changed the way they fight completely. In 2004, we saw the first use of the Ababil drone. Hezbollah, I think, invests a lot more into drones. But the second thing that's most important is they paid very close attention to Operation Protective Edge in 2014. One of the things I think they saw that Hamas did was launch a lot of rockets and mortars. But the thing about that is, if you study the casualty counts, the long-range rockets and mortars, those are the ones that got shot down the most. The most effective mechanism that Hamas was using to inflict casualties was shorter range, larger payload munitions, whether it be mortars, missiles that were falling, and this could overwhelm defenses, so they've invested a lot there. So those are just a few ways I would say that the battle has changed, or like at least the thinking of Hezbollah has changed. Hezbollah doesn't even operate in southern Lebanon exclusively anymore. This is a group that is now the trainer for all militias that the IRGC wants. The Houthis were trained by Hezbollah, they train in Iraq, they move weapons shipments all around the Middle East. So this is a completely different group than what we remember from 2006. V, go ahead.
Does that excite George Galloway or no?
Go ahead, V.
Hey, how's it going? So I kind of want to just get into one point here. There is something truly exceptional. I don't mean that exceptional is great. I mean something truly unique that has occurred in the last couple of days. When the news first broke of this coordinated kind of strike on October 7th, I mean, obviously, immediately, I was almost convinced that, wow, Iran really got their shit together. They're going for something almost eschatological here and what they're planning. And yet over the last 3 days, or I guess 2 days, I don't know, 3 days, my mind has kind of changed. And now I'm kind of just falling back into this general confusion. Because if this was this extremely coordinated, something we've never seen before from Hamas in Israel, then I think we would have also seen, if this was this kind of 4D chess being played by Iran, we would have gotten something more than this muted response from Hezbollah. I think the level of coordination that occurred from Hamas, if this was a wider game plan here, unless something bigger is going on, I think we've already would have seen kind of more gears in motion here. I mean, I think someone said earlier when I joined the space that not even Hamas realized how effective this was going to be and how well it would turn out. And if this was the case, I mean, really, this shows just how much of a paper tiger the Israeli military and intelligence networks have become in the last couple of years. And one more point, and then if you want to discuss that, in regards to Hezbollah, what I find very interesting, when this happened, or maybe the day after, either October 7th or 8th, I reached out to someone I know who is very kind of keyed in on the Lebanese side of things. As someone who back in 2006 said 3 weeks before the war end, the war is ending in 3 weeks, and got it completely right. Like a man who really knows what's going on. When I asked him about this, with all this kind of anxiety and worry that we were looking at something borderline eschatological, he had a very strange response. And it was he basically said, no, like a kind of very much downplaying what's happened. Like he couldn't really believe it either. As in, oh no, Hamas is just getting hostages. This is just a very small scale. We're getting our hostages so we can kind of make our little deals and barter around for a hostage exchange. It seems like there is this general confusion among all these people. What the fuck is going on right now?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be a complicated process. I think we're going to have to wait for a few days to figure out what happened. But the one thing I just really don't believe is this idea that this is all planned. So the Biden administration has pretext to go to war, because like they just don't show us this, man. Like I'm sorry, like it would be one thing, like, okay, if this was like the Trump administration, like that's an administration that actually cared about being like very tough and very like strong on these matters. The Biden administration doesn't care. If you were to believe that this theory that the Biden administration manufactured this entire thing, then what you would also have to believe is that they had an appetite for this. I said this earlier, but they just didn't. They also make an interim nuclear deal where the Islamic Republic enriches at around 60%. In return for money being released and $6 billion being released. These guys don't care about this. They don't want war with the Islamic Republic. So
Xerxes,
go ahead.
if I could just really briefly interject, I think that narrative that some people are pushing, that this is some master plan of the Biden administration, is as ridiculous as the Q boomers going, "Oh, this whole war was planned so that they could take kind of take the news away from Hunter Biden's dick pics." This is fucking absurd.
Truly is. It truly is.
I love the people, because every piece of news is just a globalist distraction from the previous piece of news that up until 5 seconds ago was
the alien ones are different. Those ones, there's an argument to be made about the alien ones, and none of the rest of the ones are out the window.
Yeah. An administration that has done everything to censor Americans' free speech is now deciding to disclose the biggest government secret of the world. That's why I laugh at those people. They're not aliens; they're demons. People, just get ready.
Yeah. So real quick, I wanted to do a quick recap because we actually have someone on stage who kind of went through all of this stuff. So of today, I know we're kind of switching gears here, but I think to reset the room, it would be kind of appropriate. So Average, I kind of want you, if you can, I'm sorry, man. I know it was kind of tough for you earlier, but if you can kind of walk us through what the process was earlier. You were 5-10 minutes away from when these rockets struck. You got in a bunker with your family and you started talking to them and listening on the radio and kind of seeing the new developments. Can you kind of walk us through that? And at this point now, kind of what you're feeling? and I don't want to censor you. You don't have to censor yourself. But so go ahead, Average. You can feel comfortable talking. Go ahead.
Sure. So, do you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good. Go ahead.
Okay. So at the beginning of this phase, I already went through this in far more detail. If you want, you can go listen to the recording of the space, and it's towards the beginning of the very beginning of the space, so you can't miss it. But just briefly to recap for those who have joined later, I guess I'll add one more detail that I didn't say earlier. The date of this whole invasion is very significant for a number of reasons. I think Daniel might have alluded to this before, but the Yom Kippur War happened on the holiest day of the Jewish calendar. People are fasting. People are in synagogue literally all day, and people, at least religious Jews, are not on their phones, not on technology. So it's already there's much less preparedness. Even secular Jews are generally not doing anything. Of course, there's always a contingent of the army, but still, it's much harder to mobilize on a day like that. Today, while it was not a fast day, it was Shmini Atzeret or Simchat Torah, which is also a day where people are not on their phones if they're religious. If they're secular, it's there's a reason they chose to do, those are not religious Jews, but they chose to do the rave on that day because it's a day of festivity. It's a day where even non-religious Jews are going to go do things like that. So everyone is less prepared. That was definitely a deliberate choice. It's also the anniversary, one day off, October 7th versus October 6th. That's the secular Gregorian date of the Yom Kippur War. Just wanted to give that additional context. But basically, we heard the rocket siren at around, it was 6:20 or 6:30 a.m. for us. And the rocket stuff is routine. That's happened 2014, 2021. And we just thought it would be that usual thing. So we went to the bunker. That's standard drill. And this is going on for a while. The rocket volleys were significantly even more than in past years. Also, I live on it's not such a central town. It's a town in the south. Again, I can't really say which one, but it usually doesn't get that many rockets. And especially my particular neighborhood, which is an outskirt, a slightly newer one that's been built only in the last few years. But multiple rockets based on you can, when you feel the ground shake, and you hear how loud they are, you can tell how far away they are compared to how they usually are. So that's a little unsettling, but still, it's just rockets. They're falling on us. The phone app, it's called Red Alert. It basically tells you how many rockets. It has a very specific sound that you can tell when rockets are falling. It was going off like crazy, much more than in 2021. The rocket barrages were significantly more intense, but still, it's just rocket barrage at the end of the day. But then it was going on for so long. So my mom, normally if you're religious, you wouldn't do this, but again, in situations that are dangerous, there's a reason to do this. We turn on the radio. And we're listening to, those of you who are here have already heard this, but we're listening to testimonials, people calling in actively from towns that are surrounding Gaza. So these are kibbutzim, sometimes very small communities, sometimes slightly bigger cities like Sderot or Netivot, where people are calling in and they say, we're stranded in our homes and there's terrorists who are on the street They're armed and they're firing. They're going house to house. In some cases, in apartment buildings, apartment to apartment door, and just killing all the inhabitants inside. In some cases, raping and taking captive. I don't even want to repeat all the atrocities that I went through earlier. If you've seen the videos, again, you'll know what I'm talking
So
about.
average,
Yeah.
was your family like? Are you guys armed? Like when you're in this
No, we're
bunker,
not.
you're not armed at all?
But we're considering it seriously now after this, because like if this is just going to be something that's if this is a line that they've crossed, there's a chance that it could happen again.
Wait, average. Be careful. Don't tell him because he is Iranian. Just be careful.
Actually, one of my this is a little funny. I told my mom that I was actually going to do a space today with a bunch of like Iranian friends who are anti-regime. She thought it was pretty cool. She mentioned it to my aunt on the phone in passing, and my aunt like freaked out. She's like, he's talking to. She didn't mention that they're like mostly diaspora or that they're
She
mostly
just said they're
anti-regime.
Iranians.
Yeah. And she's like, my aunt freaked out, and she's like, tell him to be careful. Like they could abduct him, they could
She
kidnap him,
sounds
they could be
smart.
spying on
Yeah,
him.
She
you
sounds
should.
like a smart lady.
Yeah, she sounds right. Tell her to join the space. Tell her to join.
Xerxes.
Yeah.
Listen, we actually do have an Iranian inside Iran here right now. Hubers is inside Iran. That's your. Go ahead, Hubers.
Yeah, don't kidnap me, Hoovers. But
Xerxes just take you in for questioning. He's an expert.
It's like he does all these spaces. He questions all of us.
Yeah, but continue, man. Continue telling you. So you guys aren't armed. So you guys aren't armed. Obviously, probably after today, you're like, damn, I need to get a gun, man. This shit's getting scary. But continue. Yeah.
At least there are multiple people on my block and in my community, friends that I know who are armed. So at least we have that going for us. And in some communities, by the way, there were citizens who shot terrorists. So that was really nice. But again, that was not most of the case. Most of the case, it was just like pretty bad slaughter and atrocity. So you're listening to where these people are calling from, and the kibbutz is like, it was back then it was like a commune, but obviously now they're slightly more developed kind of cities, and like some of the cities. I said this before. I feel weird repeating myself like on the same space, but I lived in Nativo 2 years ago, which is one of the cities that was attacked directly, and there's a ground invasion. There's like very unsettling. Like who knows what's happening to your previous neighbors, to people that you might have known who live there, and these are places that are, again, I can't say where I live, but very, very close to where we live. Like if they made it maybe a little further into Israeli territory, if they went for maybe another 2-3 hours and they weren't stopped, they could have easily made it to where I live. And you're listening to them and you're like, you have no idea if they're coming to you next. And you're just like, you lock the bunker, you like turn all the shades, all the blinds, like you basically every lock that you have, which like my community is actually a very like safe, quiet one. Vast majority of us, some people don't even lock their doors in specific parts of the neighborhood. But like obviously we locked everything, and it's terrifying knowing that these people are calling in. Just some examples I gave them again earlier. It's weird repeating myself. Like you have people, you have kids in some cases messaging their aunts and uncles because their parents have been killed and they're hiding in the closet with their dog or something. And you have in some cases guys like, they took my wife and my 2 daughters, and their phone location says Khan Yunis, which is inside Gaza. And it's like I have no idea where they are. They're probably taken captive. You hear like the heartbreak, the terror in these people's voices. And this is something that hasn't happened before, as far as I know, or when it has happened, it was like very individual, isolated incidents that when a lot of soldiers have died in the Yom Kippur War, in the 1967 war, but civilian death tolls are not like people who have made it into, we're not just talking like a rocket that has hit a house and made it past the Iron Dome. That's also happened in past conflicts, but actual like on the ground Hamas troops just going around and slaughtering and raping people. That's not something that happens. And that's I guess like the scariest part of this whole thing and the unprecedented aspect of this whole thing. People say like this was our 9/11 or Pearl Harbor. After now, like the casualty counts are starting to ramp up. It was our Pearl Harbor in terms of this feeling of like security being shaken, that we can be attacked by a foreign nation and it's going to like embroil us into a war. And also 9/11 in terms of like this big terror. Like how could anyone have pulled this off against like so many civilians? For perspective, for this population size of Israel, this would, like if you magnify it to the US's population size, this is like 25,000 people dead. It's actually a little more now because that number 25,000 was when the casualty count was like 700-800. Now we're already reaching 1,000. It's the highest amount of Jews killed in a single day since the Holocaust. It's like, even this has united, like I've said before, every Jew across the political spectrum in the country and in the diaspora to come together and really like feel we've put aside all of our issues, and people who would have said they don't support very severe retaliation now support like the worst kinds of retaliation you can imagine.
Yeah, thanks for that. Prodigal, I had a quick question for you. As term as how this affects the region, to a larger degree. Have you seen many statements from? I've seen some statements from Russia, conflicting ones, and I've seen some stuff from China. But do you expect any greater powers to kind of step in, try to do stuff? Someone suggested that because China brokered some sort of, I hate calling it peace deal, but at least like a mutual understanding between Saudi and the Islamic Republic, that they could do the same here. Do you expect any sort of
Yeah, I mean,
reaction from
I
there?
think China would. I mean, listen, you've seen the Chechen leader make stupid statements. You saw the Taliban in Afghanistan make stupid statements before the earthquake hit, and now they're dealing with that mess. I forget if it's either a U.S. rep or a senator has made overtures to China, but China's one of few people and Russia to an extent, that do have leverage to force Iran to do something. But then it comes down to whether China wants to make a calculated decision. I mean, listen, if this does engage into a larger conflict, uh, China will still have access to Russian oil, and then the U.S. will be forced to, arm Israel and Ukraine at the same time. And maybe China decides at that point it wants to make a move there. But either way, China comes out ahead out of this. It's going to be on. Listen, when Israel finally moves into Gaza, some of the images are going to be bad. And either way now, I think the Saudi deal is not going to happen. So they're going to need China to be at the table and Russia to basically force Iran. I mean, Russia is investing what, $100 billion to build sanction-defying trade routes in Iran. Russia transferred cyber tech to Iran in exchange for the drone specifications so they can be manufactured in Russia proper. They're intricately tied together. So I think that any deal, at least China to an extent, will be a part of it, and they'll come out looking as a winner, just like they did in regards to Syria, just like they did in regards to Yemen. And this is just, I'm watching
Yeah.
U.S. geopolitical influence and credibility erode in real time, and it's very scary to
Well,
see.
Prodigal, doesn't this kind of so this is, man, if this is true, I'm so wrong about this. Like, I was on record in those spaces the last couple of days, and I was like, look, I mean, you kind of get to understand the behavior of some of these countries. I was like, man, the Saudis have been working towards this, and they've allowed a lot of normalization with Israel. Okay, Bahrain and UAE making normalization agreements with the Israelis. That does not happen without Saudi green light, especially with Bahrain. Especially with Bahrain. I never thought they would throw this away because of Palestinians, though. Like, to me, I was like, okay, man. Like, when this agreement was
Yeah, but
taking
but they
place,
but they
too.
weren't. They
Yeah.
weren't, right? The Wall Street Journal, literally before the attacks occurred, the Wall Street Journal broke a report that essentially, for a strong security pack, which who are they going to need
And
security?
nuclear. What
Well,
was it? It was
what
security and
they were playing
nuclear. Yeah.
footsies with nuclear too. They wanted U.S. nuclear. But my point is, who do they need a security pack against? Israel? When has Saudi and Israel actually fought? No, they needed a security pack against Iran and its proxies. That would have been really pulling back Saudi Arabia back into the Western sphere, right? They were going to agree. They're going to say, listen, we're going to keep our word with OPEC plus, and we're going to keep our production cuts to the end of the year like Russia. But in 2024, if prices are still high and you need this, which basically they're saying we'll help you lower the prices of oil and gas before the 2024 election, right? That's basically what they were doing. And they offered that, and they sort of let the Palestinian issue skirt a little bit. And then literally this attack happened, and now at this point, it's not going to be feasible for them to do anything, at least for a prolonged period of time, especially once Israel has to move in to neutralize Hamas. It's played brilliantly for both Russia and for China. These are countries who are stockpiling gold, right, which had been on the decline. Now, people are running to the safe asset class. These are countries where, finally the prices of oil had broke and it dropped 6%. Now it's stabilized. Now it may move up. Like, they are benefiting from this. I don't think they want it to engulf into a wider regional conflict, but if it stays as it is and it eventually ends and they get PR and securing a peace deal, yeah, they benefit all around, and we look weaker. While on the streets we have, vast swaths of refugees we've imported from other countries, bringing their ethnic and religious multi-generational conflicts to our streets. I mean,
So
literally in New York City, for this to be going on in New York and capitals of Europe when our economies are basically in free fall and in shatters, like, this is an issue that, people tend to forget. We have no refining capacity. We have no idea the 10 million plus people who came across, who they are, what they are. We know some of them were terrorists. And if they attack certain, refineries, etc., the U.S. is done. We already have a very reduced refining capacity that's been operating at 95% plus, right? We are not in a very strong position, and people need to realize this. But yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, to piggyback kind of off what you were saying too, we got a. It looks like we've got a Saudi here. Are you in Saudi, bin Masfar? If you can, go ahead, man. I'd like to give you that perspective. We kind of brought Saudi up. I saw your request. Go ahead. Can you speak with us right now?
Yes, I don't know what time is there.
Can
It's
you introduce yourself? What is your
yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm a Ziad Hemisphere, a Saudi businessman. Just will drop my opinion and go. Is that fine?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I'm not speaking.
On behalf of the Saudi, yeah, we understand 100%. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
not speaking on my. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. I don't know why it's strange. Like when Saudi regime like playing politics now with the West and against Iran. What are you waiting for? Just we stand and watch what's going on around us? Not with the MPS. It's really different this time. You know what the face they have plan even for what's happening in Gaza uh, today. They have plan after that
So,
because no peace with Hamas there. They must clean Gaza before anything else happening like after that.
so you want peace? So okay, this is your personal opinion. You're a Saudi citizen. You want
Oh,
you encourage normalization agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel. That's what you encourage.
yes, yes.
Okay. So
I
what do you think about this? So let me
for
ask you. Do you as a so
yeah. Go ahead.
let me ask you, do you view this, because I saw the theory being bounced around, do you believe that this was done by the Iranian regime to stop Saudi normalization? Because I'm going to be honest with you, like, this makes more sense than some of the other things I've heard. But I also think, like, what they could risk is an enormous price. So I need a few days to like really understand it. But is that what you think? Do you think that do you believe that this was done by the Iranian regime? And if so, do you think it was done so it stops your country, Saudi Arabia, to have a normalization agreement with Israel? Go ahead.
Iranian regime, they have the green light from the current U.S. President, or what you call it, the Democrats. The Democratic Party, our enemy. They working against our agenda. Um, as I saw in a tweet above, they just give 6 billion for this terrorist regime in Iran, and they want to stop Iran from of developing nuclear bomb, and take 6 billion. It's like, come on, you know, just as a Saudi citizen who lives in Saudi Arabia, I'm asking U.S. administration, please clean your mess in Middle East. Clean,
Good luck with that.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Listen,
That's
Xerxes,
all.
you know why Saudi Arabia is screwed out of this? Because they want to normalize relations because they want to diversify the kingdom away. They went
yeah,
public
that's
with
what I've
Saudi
been saying.
Aramco,
Yeah.
etc. And to do that, you have to normalize relations with Israel, and you have to have air traffic. So, like UAE, you're viewed as a tourist destination, right? They can't have that. I mean, there's been whispers for well over a year or two now that MBS wants to basically break off Medina and Mecca and make it an autonomous religious region while they modernize the economy. There was whispers he wants to introduce alcohol for the World Cup. That was supposed to be Saudi Arabia's coming out party and saying, "Hey, don't just go to UAE, come to us too," right? So like this has put them in a bad position, and I agree with a lot of what he's saying. Iran, it gains from it. Whether they gave the go ahead or not, this doesn't go ahead without Iran saying do it. Whether Iran was letting them stockpile for an attack at an opportune time. I mean, the stuff I've seen. I mean, we've talked about what the Millennium Games. What was that back in 2002? and some of the people have said maybe Iran has become and its proxies have become more sophisticated in at least using human sources that the Israeli intelligence Mossad may rely on to give false information. They're saying that essentially they may have not had any electronic communications when they were planning this out. And if you look at those games that were against Iran with that one general, ironically, the U.S. did not fare well because they reverted back to pre-20th century warfare. They were using carrier pigeons, etc. So this is people might look at this as if this was very chitty chitty bang bang paragliders coming in, but if you cannot compete with them in these advanced machineries, you use whatever methods you can, right? And that's I agree. They may not have thought that the paragliders and everything else would have been successful, but I think they knew very well, especially from what's going on in Ukraine, how effective the drones would have been. And they know very well that if this does engage into a wider conflict, I don't doubt that they could probably neutralize Israeli airfields, which would be a big, big problem if they don't have enough artillery to back it up. So I think his points on Saudi Arabia are valid. I mean, in the end, this is a blow to the region. None of the Arab states in the Gulf really trust the Iranians that much, or at least the Islamic regime that's in power there. So, I think it's definitely a
Yeah.
blow. It's a blow.
Yeah, and I really agree with you on that. That's why something I alluded to earlier was this agreement. Every time I hear this agreement mentioned more than I ever imagined when it first happened. This deal between Saudi Arabia and the Iranian regime. Every time you see in every space when they talk about China and the Middle East, they always bring this up and they're like, "Look, they negotiated peace." I really refrained from saying that earlier because I never believed it was peace. I agree with what a lot of what Prodigal said and what our friend in Saudi Arabia said. This deal, we have to start understanding it for what it was. And for me, I look at it as a deal that gave the Islamic Republic everything it wanted and the Saudis some of what it wanted, and that's why they made the deal. For the Islamic Republic, they want to expand, and they've been expanding in the Middle East. We all know this story. But they always viewed the America as the roadblock in every single scenario while they are trying to expand. I think they saw this deal and they looked at it and they took it because they understood that this deal was a deal where China is now brought in. In any capacity they can bring China in as a substitute for the U.S., they're going to do it because they look at the U.S. as their roadblock with expansion with all of their Shia militias across the Middle East. China doesn't care about any of that. They are not concerned with any of this. So for the Islamic Republic, I think it was a big win in that respect. For the Saudis, I don't think they give a shit about any of the things they used to 10 years ago. For the Saudi, I mean, I make this comparison a lot. Like the Saudis are paying $500 million for Cristiano Ronaldo. The Islamic Republic gave $500 million to Hamas in a year or two. It's no big deal. Like this is the two different wavelengths both of these countries are on. And for the Saudis,
they paid a lot for that golf league that merged. Maybe they wanted.
yeah, exactly. And look,
They're
like,
trying to
Come
well,
diversify.
on, man.
that's
We
the
do
way.
now AI, a big AI projects. We're going towards
Yeah.
future.
Listen, nobody's insulting you,
Not
brother.
waiting for someone coming from 1,000 years, just like Iranian regime does. They're waiting for someone who's going to lead the world.
Oh no! Are we go? Listen, I
insane.
don't want to go. Listen, I don't want to go here. Well, first of all, I'm not Shia, so I don't know anything about this. But I'm not. How about we just not go there, okay? Because I really do want to keep religion out of this, my man.
I'm
And
talking.
the Islamic Republic, yeah. Listen, if you want to talk about
Let him
something,
cook. I'm curious
well,
what he has to
listen.
say.
Well, I know what he's saying. So I think. Go ahead. Actually, okay. I'll let him speak in a second. But I want to finish my point. My point is that Iran and Saudi Arabia are on two different wavelengths, and this is why these deals get made. The Saudis want to diversify their economy. They're doing everything to do it. I remember we were making jokes and people were talking about Mohammed bin Salman and these soccer deals, and everybody's making it like these are just such extravagant payments. But his response to it was, if it contributes to 1% of my GDP, then I'll do it. Right. So Saudi's on this completely different wavelength to where they were 10 years ago. The context of the Saudi Iranian regime relationship 10 decade ago was through the lens of a Cold War, where we saw during the Arab Spring the Saudis and Iran in every single battlefield in every single area. They are not concerned with any of that stuff anymore. We don't see any of it. We see them instead moving in this entire. I guess the way it would be is they're completely invested in their socioeconomic status, and that's what they have to offer the region. The Islamic Republic, so long as they're alive, they're going to offer you an Islamic republic. That's what they have to offer you. So I want to go to a couple other people here, and we'll get back to this. Aaron,
You're not gonna
go
let
ahead.
him. You're not gonna let him.
Oh,
Finish?
if he wants to respond,
Thanks.
you know what,
Can I?
real quick, Aaron, because I don't want to be rude. Bin, can you say it real quick? Is it Bin
Masfar.
Bin Masfar? Go ahead,
You
Bin
did,
Masfar.
right.
I have a friend. Listen, we've had a Saudi actually in here before. Who is it? Faisal Al Shemri. Do you know that guy?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, Faisal. Yeah, good friend of mine. Yeah, I know Faisal.
Okay. All
I
right.
actually,
By the
I
way,
don't know him too well.
he's not like a neighbor in Saudi, you know.
Go tell him I said hi. Go say Xerxes from Twitter says hi, Faisal. Let him know. He'll know me. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And what I'm saying is, we are waiting for Trump. That's all to complete our plan.
Yeah, you and Prodigal both. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes.
Me too. I like you already. I like you.
Qasim Soleimani was the first step, but we didn't complete when this. I don't know what to call it. He's an old man, and in our culture we respect.
Khamenei. Is that
Biden? Okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So we hold the plan to clean US mess in Middle East. You know. So because Trump is a businessman, he wants to make a business. You know, like why we when we want to do like a business with Israeli, and they have to go to China, change their products made in China, then we bring it. We want to make a deal and go ahead.
All right, listen, but Ben, don't whisper in my ear in this space anymore. But continue. I like where you're going. Go ahead. Continue.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they are like working towards making peace and developed Middle East. That's all. We are not waiting for Jesus. We are not waiting for anyone. You know, we are building our future. That's all.
I love it, man.
Yeah, I don't know why Xerxes is so against.
No, this is great.
I
like the it's like a cinematic experience. I really like this.
Xerxes, could I just add something to that, which actually perfectly segues from what Mr. Saudi Arabia just brought up here. And I think where we're going back to this kind of fundamental distinction, from at least my read of things, when I look at the Middle East today, especially if you look at these wealthier states, it almost seems like there is this kind of strange divide between most of the Sunni states, the Sunnah, when even Saudi Arabia or some of these Gulf states, and the way they're looking at this kind of near future, there is this more kind of focus on this almost more Western mentality of trying to build up a state and having a more kind of a protracted eschaton, in the sense that looking into the future in a very Western way and building up the state itself. Well, the Shia that I know, or I think Lebanon's a great example of this, but even look at Iran, there's more of this kind of eschatological slant things of going into things with this more eschatological narrative. You know, when's the Mahdi coming, right? I mean, I think the best example of this, if I'm not making my point very clear here, is looking at Lebanon. I think Lebanon is a great way to look at things for seeing this kind of divide. Of course, the Sunnah and the Christians in Lebanon, I think, are more entrenched in this kind of stance of, especially if they're looking at the Israeli conflict. We're going to stay out of this. I'd rather keep going up with our states in this almost like kind of neoliberal end of history. We're looking into the future of building up our kind of reserves here. Well, you talk to any Shia, and this goes back to your early point, Xerxes, on how entrenched Hezbollah has become. And I'm not saying this in a negative or positive way, but if you go and look at the Instagram story, the average Shia in Lebanon right now, every single one will be saying, we must destroy Israel. This is the perfect chance, blah, 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 blah. There is this kind of religious sense of the end of history in a very different way. And this kind of final conflict, almost this kind of American evangelical sensibility. And I think between Saudi Arabia and Iran, this is the perfect kind of microcosm of that. And there are different ways of looking at things. And again, I'm not actually making a positive or negative value judgment on that. I'm just saying that's how I read it.
Yeah. Okay. This is something I was talking about actually earlier. I'm glad you brought it up. One of the things that always bugs me when it comes to the Middle East is our understanding of it through a Sunni versus Shia context. And the thing I said earlier, and I'll say it again, is if this region is Sunni versus Shia, you can describe it this way, but you'll have to ignore key divisions within even both of those communities. And I never thought it was Sunni Shia because, like I said before, like if this is Sunni Shia, then why is Iran, if you describe it as Shia, I really don't, because I don't think it's that Islamic anymore. But anyways, for the sake of the discussion, if you view Iran as Shia, then what the hell are they doing fighting against quote unquote Shias in Azerbaijan by supporting Armenia? If this is Sunni versus Shia, then why is well, let me finish. No,
Oh, I
you
apologize.
can respond. Yeah, no, you're good, man. If this is Sunni versus Shia, then why is the Israeli account on Twitter threatening to go after Khamenei basically over his support for what we understand to be Sunnis in Gaza? If this is Sunni versus Shia, the best explanation for like where this kind of breaks down is Iraq. Iraq is the best example for this, and Iraq was always the best example to use to deconstruct the Shia versus Sunni narrative, because what the way American foreign policy, or the way America views Iraq, was always through there's Sunnis, Shias, and Kurds. But Iraq today, the Shias can't even get it along. We have Muqtada Sadr and the Sadrists wanting majority rule in Afghanistan because they have the most seats, and they're going against other Shias, part of the Shia coordination framework, who want Muhassas Taifiyya. What they call is basically like coordination rule between all of the minorities. Okay, so this is a fight between Shias versus Shias, and so I think we have to move past this. But this is always something that I always talk about when it comes to the Middle East, is this understanding of Shia versus Sunni, and it just doesn't drive the conflict at all. And the Shia versus Sunni thing is very important to understand, because we always talk about the Middle East and we talk about Saudi versus Iran, Sunni versus Shia. That was always wrong. And if you view the region this way, then the Saudis have a big problem here. The key difference between Saudi Arabia and the Islamic Republic of Iran is that every Sunni radical Islamist in the region wants to overthrow the Saudi regime and kill them. Every Shia Islamist radical from India all the way to Lebanon thinks Khamenei is his leader and will fight and die on his behalf. That's the key difference we're looking at here when we're talking about the Middle East. So this Sunni Shia thing is completely out the window because the Saudis don't represent that at all. But anyways, V, I'll let you respond, and then we'll go to Aaron.
And
go ahead, V.
Let me just apologize here if I didn't explain the point I was making as correctly as possible. I'm not saying there is the kind of historical driving motive behind the Middle East right now, as a lot of kind of retarded Westerners might make it, as if it's a Sunni versus Shia, as in this kind of internal conflict between the two. I was saying, from my read, if you look at some of the historically Sunni and Shia states and a mentality, and again, I'm not saying this is an imposing one, of their view towards this kind of eschatology, right? This kind of logic of the end, of how they view kind of this kind of historical endpoint that's occurring. It's in a very different way, in the sense that, for example, if we want to use Saudi Arabia and Iran, again, I wasn't saying as this the end conflict is between the two, not at all. But Saudi Arabia and how they're planning things out, if you look at the kind of king right now and how they're viewing the next 50 years, it's in a very almost kind of Western way of developing the state, of becoming this kind of almost respectful power in a very Western way. While if you look at Iran, their main focus is on this kind of almost eschatological endpoint or conflict with, say, the historical rival of Israel, right? You get what I'm saying here? I'm not trying to frame this at all as if it's again, maybe I'm not explaining myself very well here. I'm just looking at how both these populations at the time, they're kind of focused on this almost theological eschaton.
Right. No, I think it's important to add that. Katie, what are your thoughts so far after listening to some of the discussion? Have you been following this continuously? Do you have any friends involved in this? What's up, Katie?
Yeah, so my coworker, his name is Ari Hoffman, and he is Jewish. He has his entire family there. And I wanted to explain a little bit about how Hamas was even able to get inside Israel. He explained it to me in a really great way. For people that might not know, is that the Jewish holiday that was happening is similar to the American 4th of July. And so that's why they took the opportunity to attack this week because it also brings in a lot of people from out of country to go and party it up. You know, what you mentioned, they're not on their phones during this time. They're all drunk, hungover. And so obviously there seemed to be a massive intelligence failure, but that's why they took that time to attack. And I'm actually going to come back to me because I'm looking something up and I'm going to kind of share some more information. So 1 second.
Yeah, come back for me and come back for more questions while we have Prodigal and some of our other friends here. Okay, Aaron, I see you, man. Let's go,
Thanks.
Aaron, and then we'll go Sasan. Go ahead, Aaron.
Sorry. It certainly is. It looks like, yeah, it does look like a failure in Israeli intelligence in some capacity. That there's so many of them were able to get in. There's now about like 15 or more, 1,500 or more Hamas gunmen that were found dead in Israel overall. I think that's just one part of it. I think more things are going to be coming out. As far as if you take a look at, I just wanted to bring up this stuff about Hamas, that Hezbollah, and the fact that in 2006 they had 15,000 rockets, right? Anything from Qassam to Fajr, and now now we're looking M305s and bigger ones now. And it is true that the ones that are going from longer range, they're able to be sometimes intercepted because they know they're coming in from a longer range. They're able to intercept them better. The short range ones with bigger warheads, you mentioned that. It's a good comment because there's tens of thousands of them. Now Hezbollah's got over maybe 160,000 rockets. What happens if we have to look at the fact is that if this spreads into a general sense conflict with Hezbollah as well, what does the Israeli Defense Forces, what do? They're going to eventually run out of missiles. And this is a very big concern that I have if this spreads over, because I know that there's been some more outpost attacks, kind of in northern Israel. It's been a little bit back and forth with Hezbollah, faction members. And so this is one thing one concern that I have. And I saw all the videos of the attack, and I'm floored. I mean, but do I think that Iran was behind it? Even if they didn't declare that they were behind it, and they probably won't, they are behind it because they have supplied Hezbollah. They've supplied these groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, for many, many years. So they are indirectly behind it, whether we like it or not. It's how do we deal with that once this war is over? When it's over, it's one thing that I, am wondering about. I mean, the concessions. Remember that Obama made these concessions with Iran before, and now, of course, Biden is doing it. The $6 billion. Oh my God, I wanted to bang my head against the wall. It's like, so the people of Israel and the people of Iran, the free people of Iran that are against this regime, and of course, all the rest of the Western world needs to make America aware that, look, the more you give Iran, the more weapons and equipment and funding that Iran gives to weapons and equipment that is going to hit Israel and American allied factions in the Middle East. It's just very clear.
Yeah, and I think the one thing when you talk about the Islamic Republic that's really changed over the years is it's important to see kind of how characters in the Middle East evolve. I think there was really this era of invincibility, and the precedent for going after the U.S. or even Israel was like complete destruction, and it kind of still is, which is why we never saw a lot of people doing it. I think one of the most catastrophic events that happened was, one of the things that happened that I think helped the Islamic Republic and the IRGC cross mental barriers was when Qasem Soleimani was thankfully taken out by the U.S. The IRGC felt like they had to respond. But they had no experience with going after the U.S. state to state. You know what I mean? It was always, if you were to go after the U.S. or the Israelis, there was like a threshold for how you could do that, and it was through proxies. But they never did it from their own military. This is the first time they kind of did that. And I think when they attacked that base, and there was like they didn't get obliterated for it, I think they kind of like crossed over a mental barrier for like how the U.S. would respond in certain situations. And they probably believed that in a situation where they had a ballistic missile strikes, we saw, I believe it was 16 Fateh 110 surface ballistic missiles being launched. Only 11 or 12 of them hit the base, and they didn't have to get destroyed for that. I think that allowed them to cross a real mental barrier. And so when we see some of these things happening in the Middle East today, all of it, I think, is kind of a culmination for what we've seen, what the benefits and what the rewards are. I think if I'm in the IRGC, if you're looking at it and you guys are sitting and you're in the IRGC, you probably see your strategy as being probably in your favor. What do we mean by this? When they have aggressive foreign policy, they've only been rewarded with it. What are we talking about when we say this? The Saudis and the UAE were in bed with the Americans when it came to defending the Persian Gulf against IRGC aggression. The IRGC started attacking so many boats, so many UAE vessels in that region that the UAE walked away from these agreements. The UAE understood that look, America's not going to defend us in these situations where the IRGC comes at us. It's probably best we make some sort of an agreement with the IRGC. And this is a problem. So the IRGC feels like it's been rewarded with this aggressive behavior in the Persian Gulf. The other place they understand it to be is Iraq and Syria. 600 American troops were killed in Iraq, but 600 American troops, these were the troops that were killed by the IRGC. The Trump administration, we saw his administration come out with the figures. It wasn't actually Iraqi weapons that killed these 600 Americans. It was the IRGC giving advanced IEDs to Shia factions in Basra who were using them against Americans. So they've used this, they've gotten away with it, and I think in their mind they believe that this is like a beneficial policy where actually you're aggressive, you go after the U.S. in this way, and they're not actually going to respond. So I think it's going to be really interesting how things develop from here, because this was something major, and if they're behind it, then I think the calculation of our equation has to change. Like, you can't just allow them to get away with this because they've only felt emboldened. They attacked a U.S. base. There was no repercussion for that. They felt great. They literally bombed oil shipments in the Middle East, put limpet mines on things, bombed 50% of oil capacity of the Saudis' Aramco facility, and there was no penalty for this. So they feel emboldened by this. We're going to see what happens
Of
next.
course.
Yeah.
They are emboldened by it, and I think that there was a bit of the complacency really when it comes to the Israeli intelligence there, and I think that this time, unfortunately, we're seeing the guard down, which surprises us because it's Israel. Israel's some of the best intelligence assets are in Israel. Some of the best trained agents of intelligence are in Israel. And this is the one country we didn't think we would ever see a surprise attack come as the surprise that it did. But now we have to figure out what happened, and the Israelis are now certainly keyed in to take back Gaza and take out Hamas for good. I mean, as much as they can. So. I think you made some really good points there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks,
also,
Greg. Yeah.
Hope you can make it tomorrow night for the Balmer report.
I'll do my best. Sasan, I'm so sorry, man. You've had your hand up for forever, bro. Go ahead, and we'll get to John. Go ahead, Sasan.
Hey, Xerxes and everyone else. Great space, by the way. It's unfortunate that sometimes some of these other spaces, where especially they have a lot of followings and whatnot, the amount of misinformation that is put out there. But I do appreciate you, Xerxes, doing great work. I think just one point is, if you start talking whispering like my brother Ziad, I think you would have a much better take with the audience. But jokes aside, I think just going back a little bit to the actual conversation at hand, when you look at this, I'm a practicing attorney based in Georgia. Lived more of my life in U.S. than I've done in Iran, but I did grow up in Iran. Um, when I look at this issue, I think I look at it from the prism of the India, Saudi, Israeli corridor to Europe. Who was left out of it? Do your own math. Russia and China. Up until 78, Iran was a very future-oriented country, sort of what Saudis are trying to do now. We were very ahead of the game, let's say. And then at the 1978, we had the occupied. We're at this point what a lot of us would say, which we are occupied country, occupied by the Islamist regime of, what is on the front of it is the theology and that the socio-political face of it, the mullahs, the ayatollahs, and on the back end of it, just the monopoly that owns the economics and the arms and everything else, the muscles, the IRGC, on the outside of it, the goods force, all of that. Now, as someone who's been here and lives here, and as an American, what I'm more so of interest to share with you guys is kind of how the bad governance and just terrible kind of civic collective sharing of responsibility that folks in the West, including the people, immigrants like myself, have done over the time, and the eggs are hatching at this point in time. And I think we're seeing these, in the past couple of days of it, we are seeing that really happen hard. And I heard some of my folks who've been on this panel discuss energy insecurity or border issues or just other things. But unfortunately, on Iran, these are all issues that really go hand in hand with this issue, because when the country, as the United States, this country is not able to produce for itself, while it has the means and capacity to produce its own energy, there's an inherent dependence on foreign oil and foreign energy, and then that's the clock that is ticking, and then that's the dependence that creates when you have borders that are not secured. Ultimately, what happened in Gaza, from people going in with paragliders and whatnot, you can have that happen here now. Just come into it from just the Iran issue. It unfortunately has become a very partisan kind of thing in here. Where, as someone who voted for Democrats many times, I voted more for Democrats than I did for Republicans. But unfortunately, the Democratic Party, when they look at this Iran issue, all they look at is of this kind of notion of quote unquote, I think, enlightened, being somewhat of a virtue signaling of peaceful and this and that. And I think that goes very kind of, again, hand in hand with that, the kind of culture that collectively people here are tending to be, which is a little bit of a political correctness of everybody's afraid to say what's on their mind. Everybody's afraid to really kind of, be called a racist or this or that. But nevertheless, I think what that has done is the issue itself has become so polarized that at this point in time, common sense is getting lost in it. And now look at what has happened in between time. And, the space that we were listening to last night with, some of the experts that were there. It's just, I always thought that the Iran Expert Initiative, which is, if for the folks that don't know, is that really the underhanded kind of long haul process that the Ayatollah has, the roots that they've grown in the United States. I always thought that started at the time of JCPOA. But, it was interesting to me to learn that started right after 9/11. So, the Ayatollah has been playing chess while, the average American, in my opinion, humble opinion, is playing checkers. And, those guys are looking at it from a 20, 30-year kind of window of time of putting their roots in the ground and just kind of let it run. Now, with the Iran Expert Initiative, just if you're not familiar with it, please look at it. There are people, very high up of the United States government, from Department of Defense, Department of State. Rob Malley is under investigation right now for what being alleged as issues as to his security clearance and sharing of information that were classified. Just a few weeks ago, maybe a few months ago now, Mr. Mousavian, who was a diplomat in Germany, who at the time many assassinations happened, also including assassinations of Jewish diaspora. He's currently teaching at Princeton. Not only that, he also did a speech for the U.S. strategic command. So, on taxpayers' resources. So, I mean, this gentleman who is a terrorist, literal terrorist, was invited to speak as the keynote for the U.S. Commanders, the strategic command. So, I mean, think about these things. Now, Jawad Zarif referred to him. Jawad Zarif is the guy who was the kind of, the John Kerry of the Islamic Republic. He referred to him as a loyal servant of Islamic Republic, IRGC, who's always stood up for what IRGC stands for. So now these are, the kind of that as President Reagan would call him, kind of the iron, the glove, right? The nice looking glove under the iron fist. So these are those individuals. Now they're living in the U.S. They're kind of running this rampant network. Just 2 weeks ago, you had Raisi come to U.S., who's the president of the alleged president of the Islamic Republic in the occupied Iran. And he and his wife, in literally one day, and his wife, nobody knew, before that who she is. She came in, in a literal black bag, and sat 4 or 5 networks and literally spewed their propaganda all over the U.S. network, and the U.S. networks allowed them, invited them, gave them platform. Just 2 weeks ago, I think it was Ned Price or someone else, but forgot the name escapes me, but from the Department of State said, that the Middle East is as peaceful as it's been in 20 years. How naive, how stupid, me for saying that. I'm at, out of foul mouth, but nevertheless, just wait two weeks, and this is all that's going on. I think there's more to it than just the Islamic Republic, just with everything that's going on. Because when you look at Islamic Republic, again, I go back to that corridor. Who was it gonna, cut out from the profit of it? And then when you look at the treaty that Iran signed, about a year or two ago with China, literally, Islamic Republic sold Iran at 2,500 years of country to China in a very kind of a secret way that nobody knows what happened, because the treaty itself got never published. Or you look at they're really Russia's pimping them in a very kind of openly way by dragging them into a war act of aggression on EU soil. So these are not the kind of a regime that has a lot of say so when it comes to the real bosses. So it just, to me, it's interesting, but I think there's a lot more to it. But if politicians, and I'm gonna cut to the chase, but best solution with these guys is maximum support for Iranian people, maximum pressure on the Islamic Republic. Nothing else works. I hope that you use that for any kind of, from energy security to everything else that goes hand in hand, and use your voting and use your first amendment right to speech, expression, all of that. To use that for what could happen here if you don't use it. Thank you, Xerxes.
Thank you, brother. Love everything you said. I want to go real quick to Freddie Whitlow. Sorry, man, you were in here earlier. I had to get you out, move some speakers around. But go ahead, Freddie, and then we'll go to John, and then we'll go to Al Morshids. Go ahead, Freddie.
Sure, man. I got a couple points. So I'm an Iraq media analyst. I mostly focus on the Kurdish regions. I'm not really going to talk about that. Do some OSINT stuff on the side, just to give my background like super quick. I want to talk more about I also served in the Coast Guard, so I have a little bit of understanding of the naval strategy that I'm seeing on the wall, and I've kind of talked with friends about what to look for. So yeah, of course you have the Gerald Ford carrier group, and I said if you see the Eisenhower steaming east to the Mediterranean, uh, that's your sign that things are about to really pop off, because you don't bring 2 aircraft carriers for show and tell. If you want to support the Baltic, you send a couple Arleigh Burkes, usually one, maybe two. You don't bring that much firepower. Okay, one is a show of force, two is a force posture. And now Kennedy, gentlemen, showed that the British fleet is cutting its training short and potentially steaming east. I don't know if that was confirmed or not. You have to understand how much firepower is about to be brought to bear. And I've said if Hezbollah gets involved in this, the threshold is crossed. Biden's a pansy. I believe that. However, the pressure is too high, and you have to understand the vendettas here, not only because of the Iraq War, a lot of senior officials, senior officers now moving into those more senior field grade positions, and a lot of your stalwarts are still, well, maybe not a lot, a few going all the way back to 82. There are vendettas here. Now, how much they can influence policy is a different discussion altogether. But if Hezbollah sets off, and I think most would agree at some point it probably will, southern Lebanon is going to become a glowing parking lot. I mean, that is a lot of firepower. Too many people are mingling this idea of Afghanistan and Iraq and babysitting. You're going to have to understand what's coming, and it's going to be ugly, and it's going to be forceful, and it's going to send a very clear message to Iran. So if things do happen like that, now again, I'm speculating just a bit, but just understand the amount of naval power pretty much out of reach from anything that they're going to be able to do. So keep that in mind. Second is the domestic situation. And no, I'm so tired of this administration always coming at situations from a point of weakness. We need to come at it from a point of strength. You also need to remember that we have our biggest enemy in the Middle East, and Iran is potentially our greatest ally because of the Iranian people. And the pressure needs to be dialed up on the Iranians, now, not necessarily military action. You saw what the Trump administration did, and I'm not even a big Trump fan, but he had those guys cowering after Soleimani got whacked. There was a good point, I think, from Xerxes earlier about the ballistic missiles. If the Iranians ever attack the Americans directly, that is going to be the biggest miscalculation that they could ever make. So whether that's trying to shut the Strait of Hormuz, whether that's trying to attack the Fifth Fleet, they're going to find out why we don't get free health insurance. And I think we're veering towards that point, whether or not the Biden administration comes at this from a point of weakness, irrelevant. The pressure and everything has changed after what has happened to Israel and what's ongoing. The force of gravity there's a point of no return, and I don't know where on the escalation ladder we get. We can sit there and speculate all we want, but the fact is it's nascent and it's evolving, and the masks are off at home with the communists, with the leftists, with these apologists of Hamas.
Right. Okay.
And it's time to start calling that out too. So there's approaching this on the domestic front and what's going on over there as well. So I'll cut myself short here because I'll probably babble too much.
No, you're good, man. That's what me and everybody else up here does. Daniel, what do you expect the response is going to be in the coming days from the West? I guess we saw some joint statements come out from some of the European partners standing behind Israel, but like, what do you think the actual response is going to be? I think we're seeing a second carrier strike group moving in the region. We have one right now in the Med. Do you just think they're going to just give the normal "we stand with Israel" stuff like that, or what are you anticipating?
Listen, it's going to be hard to predict. If it patterns on to modern Western geopolitical strategy, I expect half measures and statements. That's sort of the norm here. I think it's good that they put the carriers in. Deterrence is good, no matter what you hear on the Marina Falls space. That's not escalation, that's deterrence. And sometimes you have to show strength to achieve peace. You know, I really don't know what Hezbollah is going to do because they're Hezbollah, right? I can game theory what I would think, what you would think, what all of that. It's hard to predict. Again, like, will Hezbollah go crazy in a bloodlust and just start firing missiles anyway because God's on their side? And then this has to go. Will, the Islamic Republic, and the IRGC sort of keep a leash on them to see how things go? That may be that. It's going to be hard to predict, how things are going to unfold until Israel sort of regains full domestic control, right? People are still being mobilized. Got word that, one of my family members is heading back over to Israel right now to, I think, provide medical support. and it's still internal chaos in a lot of ways. There's still fears that are there Hamas fighters still roaming around? I think there are. I think a lot of them were given instructions to do a bit of shooting, ditch your clothes, and then wait for a week or so to start a second wave. Like I think that's a real possibility that we're staring down. So, while the Israelis are going to have to focus on Gaza right now, keeping an eye to the north, and potentially, how's the world going to react to these threatened hostage videos? Again, Hamas is now threatening to release videos of torturing hostages online. So, how does the world react to that? Does it strengthen our resolve? Does it break us? Does it? Uh, we don't know, because we've seen good statements from the West. We've seen bad statements from the West. We've seen, Justin Trudeau's saying the right things. Canada's foreign minister is saying the wrong things. Biden says something good. Biden says, oh, this, right? Right? Did they call it for a proportional response? We want a proportional response. What the fuck does that mean? Does that mean the Israelis should start going in and raping the women of Gaza near their dead friends? Like, is that the proportional response? Right? It's sort of a mixture of Israel has the right to defend itself and then ludicrous statements like that. And I think the only answer I can give right now to what do I see happening over the next week, I don't know. I can't predict Hezbollah. Um, they're 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 still going to be angry. They're still going to be genocidal. They're still going to hate Jews. They're still going to have a lust for world domination. But we'll have to see how the nations of the world react. We'll kind of have to see where the chips lie in a few days, and then I think we'll have a better chance to predict. But honestly, I think any prediction I make of the next course of the war this week um, will be wrong. Like anything I predict, we're wrong because we don't have enough factors. We all don't have enough information, so we can speculate on Hezbollah based on past stuff, but we also know. And here's the point I was going to bring up earlier, but sorry, I got distracted in my family chat for causing a ruckus. That's what I do. The last multi-front war Israel fought, and the last time wars were fought, they were fought against conventional armies that were significantly flawed and deeply flawed in a command structure. The old if you study the 67 and 78 67 and 73 war, like the Yom Kippur War, like the Egyptians and the Syrians were pretty good going straight, but once they had to maneuver, they couldn't, because you had these dictators, that were afraid to give power to someone else, right? A big problem of Nasser's, uh, Nasser's great flaw in 67 was, Egypt was paralyzed until he gave a response, and a lot of these dictators wouldn't promote competent generals because they were afraid they were going to overtake them, were afraid to give power into the generals, because again they were afraid of coups and internal strife, and this really degraded the military capabilities of those nations. That's not the same thing with Hezbollah and Hamas we've seen. I think they're more ideologically inclined genocidal lunatics who are in it for the cause. So you see Hamas able to function in these small splinter groups in a way that um, the old armies never really did against Israel. Now, this is again mitigated by the fact that these groups don't have an air force, and the Israelis do. They don't have a real navy, and the Israelis do. So you have that, but my uh, my thinking also when we talk about a multi-front war, it's not going to be the same type of multi-front war as 67 and 73. Um, and so we again, so it just makes it even harder to predict because, you know, the variables at play are all completely different over the 40 years since it's happened before. And yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's a long-winded way to say I don't know, but I don't know.
Yeah, thanks for that. Well, all right, I want to go to, I think it was John, and then we'll go Afshar. Go ahead, John.
Wait, just excuse me for 1 second. I can't raise my hand for some reason, for a technical reason. Just I have my hand up for.
Do you want to? How about this? I'll remove you and bring you back up, and you can speak. I got you, man. In the meantime, John, go ahead, and then I'll go to Average. You can come up here, and then we'll go to Afshar. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having the space. Thanks for having me up, man. I just want to. I think Freddie was mentioning the kind of the Eisenhower being, traveling to the Mediterranean as being kind of like an indicator for an increase in conflict. I just did want to mention a couple of things on that, as well as some other things other people said that I think V made a good point as well before. But the Eisenhower was already kind of slated to come to the Mediterranean. Now, arguably, you could argue that it wasn't slated to come to the Eastern Mediterranean. So I think that would be a good indicator to see an escalation of tensions as well as any type of conflict in the region. But it is still a good point that obviously two carrier strike groups in a region as compact, if you want to call it, as the Eastern Mediterranean alone is kind of similar to when we would sail multiple strike groups outside of or near the coast of North Korea. Someone else mentioned a point. I'm sorry if I forget who it was. They were talking about how kind of attacking the U.S. directly by Iran is supposed to be some kind of like threshold for some major response from the U.S. But it's arguable, right, that Iran already did that in the ballistic missile attack on Erbil in Iraq, and the U.S. response was very muted, right, and which kind of goes to the point of not coming from a position of strength, which someone just made that point. I don't know if that was Freddie or not, but whoever made that point, that was a great point that they made. And the muted response itself would only embolden Iran to increase the employment of devious stratagems in the region. And so Iran has already seen itself as crossing that threshold without repercussions. And so that's only going to embolden them. And I think that's kind of how we find ourselves sometimes at now. And the last thing I did want to mention is I think V's not in here anymore, but he kind of was making this point that I think he was kind of, the way he said it was kind of confusing. And if I, it's kind of confusing now for people who are just listening because he's not in here to kind of confirm if what I'm saying is what he was trying to say. But if I understand correctly, what he was trying to say was that Saudi Arabia is acting, simply based off of their own geostrategic planning to gain or maintain influence within the region, whereas Iran's almost sole focus is winning their fight against Israel, and a large amount of their geostrategic planning and how they employ the planning is to further that goal. Which is, I think, kind of what he was trying to say, but he was kind of making it seem like more of an existential crisis, which it is, but I think only Iran sees it as that. And someone mentioned Germany's Swiss cheese level of security, because, and I'm glad. I just wanted to mention the last thing that I'm glad they mentioned that because we all remember the BND having multiple security leaks and compromised people. So if the BND, they're essentially their CIA has that many leaks, it can only, I would assume that this level of security and the lack thereof kind of travels to their diplomatic, core and everything like that. So, yeah,
Right.
Thanks for having me up here, man.
Yeah, man, really good analysis. I've listened to you speak in a few spaces. Really smart guy, man. I really like listening to you. I want to go to Afshar, and then we'll go to some other people. Go ahead, Afshar.
Hello, Xerxes. Good evening, and thank you for holding the space. Before I start my talk, I just wanted to say that my hearts are all with the 1,200 people that dead and 2,900 in Israel that seriously injured. My hearts are with them. I actually been here for nearly an hour listening to the speakers. Most of the speakers, especially the one from Iran, have always mentioned that the Biden's administration has given 6 billion to the regime, but it is a total of 16 billion, which is 10 billion from Iraq, from the electricity and the oil sales that was given to the regime 5 weeks before the 6 billion. So a total of 16 billion US dollars were given to the fascist regime in Tehran for those 5 hostages. So nearly 3 billion plus for each hostage. So the total that was given is 16 billion. I think on the 9th of June or July, this was announced also officially by the State's Department,
Right.
that the total was 10 billion from Iraq and 6 billion from the money that was in South Korea.
Can you guys hear him?
No.
I can't hear him. Okay. Well,
He
16
lost
billion.
connection.
Yeah, he lost connection probably. One of the things I did want to talk about a little bit too is, yeah, I think we're gonna have to wait and see till a lot of these details come out. I was on a few of those spaces. I see my friend, our friend John, in the panel. I think if there was John Spencer, if you guys don't know, I remember one of the things that went viral whenever we were really heavily involved in these spaces talking about Iran was John's manual for urban fighting. Remember that we actually it got translated into Farsi and spread everywhere. But I think like this is where I think John really shines with this kind of a manual, because I think what everyone is asking right now, John, I was asking earlier to Daniel, is are we about to see like a large scale invasion into like just like a large scale like mobilization into Gaza City, or like through Gaza into Gaza City? And I think that's what we're trying to figure out right now, because it's very, very complicated. I think someone who was talking about it earlier was like, look, the thing about Gaza is it's not like going into the West Bank. Everybody knows this, but they've got like this massive sets of tunnels. I think it was even maybe you, John, that was speaking about the tunnel system and how it was going to be. Um, So have you been like what have John, you're on stage now. Well, a lot of people have probably been asking you questions about this. What are people asking you the most about? I think the one I have for you is like, do you like was it you that was talking about this? But talk a little bit about like where the hostages would be. We're talking about probably in these tunnels, and you're talking about like webs and webs of tunnels. But um, like, what are the most questions you're getting right now as it relates to any sort of mobilization into Gaza? Go ahead, John, and thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Xerxes, and thanks for the comments about the manuals. It seems like ages ago. I'm glad it helped not just Ukrainians, but many people who had, just lawful intentions. Yeah, so I'm actually right now trying to finish a piece that my editor wanted for tomorrow morning, which is what are the major challenges if, which I think they will, the IDF moves forward into Gaza, to include human shields and hostages. But the tunnel network this will probably, it is riddled. Gaza is one for the geology and the very specific ways it is very conducive to digging and the use of prefabricated concrete that Hamas has used. I actually been in both the Hamas tunnel and the Hezbollah tunnel, vastly different, where Hamas has a prefabricated concrete sides and top, and it really increases their ability to dig. And nobody really knows how many miles of tunnels are underneath the urban areas of Gaza, but in the 2021 Operation Guardian of the Walls, one of the main intentions was a bombing attempt to get to the tunnels, and the IDF believed they destroyed 60 miles of tunnels, but it was only a fraction of what is there. So I don't think that without question there's hundreds of miles of tunnels underneath Gaza. But I'm writing an article right now with kind of the major challenges based on the history of Hamas and Hamas's capabilities, and the history of operations in Gaza. That there have been multiple ground invasions, although time changes. So I have in there about like the changes in drones that the IDF will have already faced in even this weekend's attack. Thanks to Iran's backed supplies, intelligence, all of that. But they face a lot of challenges, but it's not so great. I mean, there are differences. I use a lot of historical examples from ISIS and the Battle of Mosul, where they had 2 years to prepare defenses, like digging giant tank ditches and obstacles and things like that, that Hamas doesn't have the ability to do. So a lot of similarities, differences, known challenges, unknown challenges, right? We don't know And I list one of the unknown challenges. We don't know what air to, like man pads, which are, kind of got a lot of news during the battles across Ukraine with the Stingers, but there are hundreds and hundreds of other versions of SA man pads, which would really cause Israel a lot of trouble when you rely on air power to support a major operation like this, which you have to if you do it right. I know that was a lot, but yeah, I've been thinking about it a lot.
Yeah, well, one of the things I would ask you, John, because I remember, I think it was someone asking maybe you about it or brought it up in this space, was the use of like asymmetric warfare. Uh, I kind of, I think that the comment that was made was like asymmetric warfare is like winning today. Look at Ukraine, or like, and I think these are kind of like ridiculous comparisons when it comes to Gaza. Like, how long do you think it's going to take for like how long would an operation like this usually take place? I think a lot of people, like I remember on the first day after the attack, I was one of the first people that was like, it's nighttime, how long is this going to take? And we started saying, 48 to 72 hours. Like, how long does this kind of an operation usually take, from your experience?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of variables there, right? So one of the biggest variables is civilians. Now, I know a lot of people are saying that the residents of the urban areas of Gaza don't have anywhere to go. I'm just saying, as a variable, when you tell me like how long would this take? Well, it depends on the size of the enemy, right? The size of combatants. I can give you historical examples, like the 2017 Battle of Mosul took 9 months, 100,000 security forces, 9 months. But there are challenges there, although they were backed by the world's best air power, and the defenders had 2 years to prepare the defense. But the forces were also undermanned, undertrained for the heavy type of equipment and tactics you need to accomplish the mission, even when you're following all rules of international law. So the civilians are a big determination of the pace of the operation, the mission, if it truly is to clear most of the areas. That's not impossible, but the way you usually do it is you surround the city, empty it of civilians, engage in combined arms maneuver with lots of air power, lots of explosive force, and then clear every structure. And like in the second battle of Mosul, not Mosul, second battle of Fallujah in 2004, they cleared 68,000 structures in 2 weeks. It took them 48 hours to get control of the city and then 2 weeks to clear out the remaining of it. But that was, again, context matters. How many combatants in the 2014 battle of Gaza in limited of nature, the estimates of Hamas militants was only around 3,000, but nobody knows how militarized the different factions in Gaza have been, how much will take up arms. There's no real way to guess how long it will take based on those variables of civilians, the preparation of the enemy, asymmetric. So let me cover that really quick. This is why I wanted to do the article, right? Asymmetric, right? Yeah, it's worked in lots of places. Defenders usually lose, but some defenders have won, right? Some defenders will win by just holding out for a certain amount of time, which time is a huge factor in Israel's operations. It always has been. But asymmetric just means you don't have the military capabilities to go symmetric, right? Military on military capability. I mean, there is an asymmetric element to all warfare, but in urban warfare, that means you're going to use hit and run tactics. You're going to use ambushes because you're concealed in the environment. You're going to use house bombs, road bombs, the anti-armor attacks with anti-tank gun. Like, these are the things that you can predict the tactics that Hamas will do to contest, to defend urban terrain based on the capabilities they have. They're not, they're not like even the Battle of Mariupol where just 3,000 people defended, but they had the Azov regiment and others had tanks. They had mortars. They didn't have air power, which makes a lot of difference. But they had advanced ATGMs. They had some things that allow for you to fight. It all depends on what your enemy has. But I can tell you some of the things that Hamas does not have, like complex obstacle belts, because it's just, you can't do that clandestine underground. They have tunnel complexes, which will considerably slow it down, right? That was your question, Xerxes. Like, where are the hostages? Where is the best place to hide if you're an enemy and an overwhelming military power is attacking you, it's underground. It's in the tunnels. So they're going to mix, like they do in their buildings, they're going to mix civilian, military, and hostages all throughout the tunnels, which really complicates the pace that you go at. So I think, I mean, if you said there was no time limit to Israel's operation because it has all the political will, and there is some de-escalation and other people are getting involved in the engagement, realistically, this would take months to achieve the mission of removing Hamas's military capability, which is the mission that I've heard the Israel government and military say that's the objective.
Right. And the last question I have for you, one of the things I'm trying to figure out is the biggest threats are going to face while going into that, into such a dense area. I think we covered some of the. I'm going to be honest with you, John. Like one of my biggest weak spots is blind spots is probably Hamas. When it comes to capability stuff like that, I think we've seen them with models of things that look like the Ababil drone. But outside of that, like, what do you think are going to be the biggest threats going into an environment like this, based on the capabilities we know Hamas
Yeah, I
has?
mean, you're basically asking me to read out the article that I've written, uh, which is fine, but it'll be posted tomorrow morning. I just have to add a couple more historical examples. So, of the capabilities we know Hamas has and has employed in the past, number one, rockets, right? In the 2014 battle, Hamas fired a total of 6,000 rockets during that 50-day war. Um, Hamas has already fired over 4,500 in 3 days. So rockets will play a factor into Hamas's attacks or defense of urban areas, both in continuing to send rockets towards Israel's cities and also in attacking the IDF when they approach. The other one's drones, right? We saw, right, the world has changed, right? Drones, ubiquitous drones, everything from military grade, which Hamas released their own video of very similar to Iranian Shaheeds, more heavier explosive suicide drones. But they also showed quadcopters dropping munitions on tanks in this past weekend's battle. That you can pretty much predict that they have a wide array of drones just based on the evolution of drones in general. I think tunnels, of course, are going to play a huge factor. Anti-armor ambushes, right? So, in order for Israel to do this, and Israel has stuff that even I didn't have in war in my battles that I was particularly with, like the D9 bulldozer that they put in front of their formations to take the unknown attack of the defender in the urban terrain. But the way basically the asymmetric or the counter to that is to have anti-tank guided munitions. And this is what we don't know with what Hamas has, but even in the past, they had a wider range of cornets, faggots, others. Who knows if they have more modern top attack versions stolen from other battlefields, like in-laws and javelins, and even Ukrainian versions, because Ukraine was exporting their ATGM for a long time. That's done really well for them. Strong points in snipers. You can guarantee that most of the buildings that are the strongest, it doesn't matter how much you bomb some buildings, that they'll still withstand. You can still fight from them and move from one building to the next. And then lastly, the one thing that Hamas will employ that much like ISIS did is human shields. And then that's kind of also the tactic is create as many human non-combatant casualties as possible, and then have media next to you airing it out to the world in an attempt to show that the attack is indiscriminately and carelessly, not with no concern over collateral damage, much like the first Battle of Fallujah for the Americans, which was stopped 3 to 6 days into it because there was the video footage of the collateral damage had international pressure on the operation. So I think those are the main, or at least what I've covered in the article. I mean, they'll have machine gun, sniper, right? But those are the big items things. They don't have air power. They don't have tanks. They don't have some of the bigger cruise serve weapons that I might employ if I was establishing the defensive, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. John, I'll go to you. I think you want to piggyback up on what John was saying, and then we'll go to average. Go ahead, John.
Oh yeah, thank you. I actually had. I'm glad you did that. Sorry for anyone I'm cutting, but I'll be quick. I had a question for John Spencer. Um, I don't get this opportunity often. So you made a post earlier talking about operations in 2014, how they involved about I think 70,000, if I'm 75,000 IDF forces. Right, we've now seen 300,000 reservists mobilized. And I know I myself have personally seen videos of at least 5 different battalion through brigade-sized armor elements, at least in staging areas across the country. You mentioned in past tweet about the amount of brigades that took part in the 2014 operations. Do you think just the marshaling of this amount of forces is indicative of the intention of Israeli forces to commit to a long-term and large-scale offensive in Gaza?
100%. Yeah, no, that's a great catch. In the 2014, they used 3 divisions, right? I mean, Israel is a conscript military with a very small standing force, right? And you can already see the same standing forces because Israel is cut up into commands, Southern Command, with the main efforts of the armorized brigades, the Nahal Brigade and the Golani Brigade and the Gaza Division. But yeah, they mobilized 750, 75,000 reserves, but they still used 3 divisions to include a very massive special forces component, air power, naval power in that 2014 50-day war. But yes, I think that is a great indication by the fact that they've called up 300,000 reserves on top of their standing divisions to, and usually you have a certain number of active active brigades, and then you add reserve brigades and battalions, and you intermix each one of the brigades are combined arms, which even we don't do by design. We combine them on the mission. But that 300,000, there are caveats, right? The 300,000, they did state that's both for the plussing up the northern, just to increase the northern readiness, and for the southern. But I think I did make a post before that. I was trying to use the 2014 just as a comparison but that the 2014 mission had a limited objective, not a complete objective like this. So the limited objective of 2014 was to move forward into Gaza and reduce. I think I listened to a general who was the deputy commander of it. It was to reduce Hamas military's rocket capability. The stated mission of this operation is to forever remove Hamas's military capability, so it can never do attacks on Israel again. That requires longer. It requires a lot more forces. So yeah, I think instead of 3 divisions, you'll see double, 3 times that. Now, where people go down a kind of road to say Israel can't do that without reoccupying Gaza, right? So that's I think a totally different question. Operationally, to conduct an operation to clear a city of enemy fighters and enemy materiel, that there are historical case studies of that. If you want to occupy and govern an urban area, right? There's few people who have been able to say what it takes to do that. Like the force ratio numbers are literally like 20. I forget what the number was, but it was astronomical, and the U.S. and coalitions never even approached the numbers that we think you need in order to do that. Totally different, but in order to clear the cities, right? Not occupy, not govern, none of that. Just to clear and remove that capability. So that means, finding Hamas military leaders, killer capturing, finding all the rockets, finding all the tunnel entrances, um, finding all the military supplies. You do that by clearing urban terrain. So, but that's a great point. It is very indicative by the size of the forces they're mobilizing that they're going to follow through with what they said they're going to do, which is move forward and clear the urban areas of Gaza.
Yeah. Thanks for that, average. Go ahead.
First of all, just listening to all of that, that was very interesting analysis, and I really appreciate you going through all of that in detail. One thing, I know I'm circling back to way earlier in the space, but something that Huber said earlier was that the complacency of elites in the West is something that even the Israeli elites and military and intelligence leaderships, it seems to have rubbed off on them. This concept that like you just kick the can down the road, don't really worry about the consequences of ignoring your enemies. One of the things that happens, and you can see this in everything, I believe that was John. I'm sorry if I'm wrong about that, or if it was someone else. Just talked about was this gives them time, and we've seen this with Hezbollah especially, but also with Hamas. It gives them time to essentially get stronger, learn from their mistakes in previous conflicts and wars, and then use that knowledge to develop new strategies over time. Because they're never going to stop, they're never going to give up. One thing that they really deserve credit for, I guess, is their infinite resolve and confidence that they really they'll wipe their enemy off the face of the earth one day. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of when. I forget what the concept is called in Arabic, but it's like this struggle in particular sects of Islam where God will eventually deliver your victory. Just right now, you're going through a tough period, but eventually your enemies will be delivered to you. And the longer you wait, this is true for the Iranian regime as well. It's true for Hamas and Hezbollah, even though, Sunni Shia differences, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's the same mentality where we are going to win eventually. It's just a matter of time. You see the West is weak. Look how they refuse to actually do anything in the meantime. They reward our aggressive behavior and they don't retaliate against us nearly to the degree that, any normal, if they were fighting us, they would retaliate forcefully and brutally. We don't. And they see that, they take advantage of that, and then you give them 20 years to learn and regroup and strategize and get more external support and logistics from Iran and develop completely new methods of attacks and ways to invade towns and cut border fences and kill civilians. Um, this is just, and the Iranian regime as well has gotten so much more powerful and confident, and they've made these $6 billion hostage deals. That's really all I can think about. It's been on my mind while I've been listening to that. So I just want to say that.
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Average. I know you've been involved really intimately with this the past few days. So I'm glad you're here with us, man. I'm glad you're okay and your family's okay. And now I chime in as much as you want. I want to go to Ravi and then we'll go to Sub-Saharan. Go ahead, Ravi.
Thank you very much. I think fantastic discussion and really really solid. And John always makes very pertinent points. So just really even John, we were there in the morning, also in the space again, ending the night. The question that I keep asking, right? The question really is the point. My brother Station talked about is the larger issue of energy crisis, right? And we know for the longest time that Iran, in spite of all the sanctions, China's always been dipping into Iran, and Iran is a very critical piece for supplying energy needs for China. And I've been tweeting this for the last 3 days. I've been really talking about the after G20, the entire the road initiative that was initiated, and I knew something's going to bomb, right? Because there is this entire Abraham Accord, and we were looking at possible peace issues coming through. We were looking at the I2U2, and we were also looking at this road being built. And I think for the first time we heard, Saudi. In fact, MBS made a very strange statement when he was in India about like 2 3 weeks ago, and he said, for the first time, the Saudis are going to actually import green hydrogen from India into Saudi through the initiative, right? So, of course, the point that Sation was trying to make was very critical because you are looking at completely the failure of where China is. It's already been cornered. You're looking at the new future forms of energy. That's what I work on. And you're now looking at a very clear system that people are endorsing and also adopting and saying that, okay, we give a shit, we're going to go this way, and we're not going to go through the Chinese Belt and Initiative. So I think that is a question I keep asking. Yes, there is an issue with Hamas. There is an issue with Israel. But then who's fueling this, right? Even if you say Iran is. But as you said, the Iranian people do not. They've been condemning this, right? And they've been suppressed for the longest time. So you really know very clearly that, behind Iran is this entire Qatar. And with Qatar, then you also have China. So I think, of course, it's not very clear where Russia is coming in, but it has to be a very clear angle. So I really feel that given China, Qatar, and Russia and Iran, you are looking at destabilizing the world post COVID. You're looking at destabilizing after Ukraine, and really again going back to the energy balance, right? And in the end, of course, I don't know if it's confirmed, but I did see any message saying that UAE has condemned, whereas Saudi is very much in line with supporting Palestinians. So for me, the issue really becomes: will this really? And that's what we were in the space in the morning, John and I. Will this really be that final moment for Israel? Because we can argue both sides, right? But I think what happened here, and I've said this in the last space, I got really angry actually. I lost my temper because there are people who just try to justify, but you just cannot justify this gruesome act. There is no. This is not an act of war. You cannot categorize this, John, if I'm correct. This is not war. This is complete terrorism of the worst thing I've seen. I've seen 9/11. I was here in New York. We've seen 26/11 in India. We've seen the acts where the Pakistanis sent those guys with AK-47 and butchered. We remember the Mumbai scenes, right? But we have never seen this. 40 kids, burned families, peace, festival being 260 people dead. So somebody was arguing, oh, well, Israelis also. I said, but give me one example where Israelis have done this. So this is absolutely insanity. So I think you just cannot. I got really wild, Daniel. I actually blew my top, which I hardly do. But I got really pissed off. I said, how dare you compare a terrorist act and try to equate that as a war? They're two different things. And you have provoked a country which was actually really moving through I2U2, looking at possible peace. We were looking, of course, the point Station made. Nobody wants that. Who really doesn't want that is really China. Who doesn't really want that is North Korea. Who doesn't really want that is, and then there's no, at the time I look at the Syrian president who was in China 10 days ago, his 3 kids are still sitting in China. So you really, John, I know that I've been hampering this point, but, for me, getting into the root cause of, shaking the global equilibrium is really something which is in the vested interest of these crazy nations which have completely lost it. Just very quick points, but excellent space and excellent discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Ravi. I want to go to Sub-Saharan, then we'll go to Matin. Go ahead, Sub-Saharan.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. So my point is that going to Gaza and to defeat Hamas will be literally impossible if the regime in Tehran is not totally removed and dismantled. It will be like repeating a same cycle. And one of the mistakes that Western policymakers are making is that they haven't come to realize that Iran's aggression is not limited to Israel alone. Iran has fired missiles into Saudi Arabia. They have slaughtered Kurds in Iraq. Iranian agents were caught red-handed trying to murder European citizens and Saudi diplomats on American soil. Iran has armed Azerbaijan with drones and weapons to commit ethnic cleansing against Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. Iran has given Russia some of the most sophisticated drones that are creating havoc on the Ukrainian population. Iran aggression is not limited to the Middle East alone, and even their own people, Iranian activists within Iran, has been murdered every day. So Iran has also held Lebanon hostage, and they are helping Hamas and Hezbollah to convert inaccurate projectiles to accurate ones, to launch throughout, the Middle East. All the tunnels in Gaza has been constructed by the help of Iranians. And one of the smartest things that the Iranians have done is to make sure that Israel's air defense system is overwhelmed by launching so many rockets into them. Now, why the United States are confronting Iran with sanctions, certain European countries are still doing business with them. And then not just that, Iran has threatened freedom of navigation in the Gulf of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandi. So Iran's aggression is not only for Israel alone, it's a global phenomenon. They have built terror cells in the Middle East, in Africa, and everywhere. So to go after Hamas and leave Iran is the winning a war and losing a battle. Because at the end of the day, Iran is still going to come back to arm Hezbollah and Hamas against Israel once the once that regime in Tehran is not changed. And right now, back to the nuclear deal. One of the mistakes also is they are allowing Iran, to build her own nuclear capabilities. Recently, Iran was able to build hypersonic missiles, that are capable of carrying nuclear warheads. And Iran foreign policy makers I continue to mislead the West, give misleading information at the
Right.
UN, try to convince other people. So unless these capabilities are dismantled, Israel will continue to face that threat unless Iran is completely dismantled, made militarily incapable of, producing these weapons by
All
not
right.
only sanctions but by military intervention. Thank you.
Right. Thanks. Um, Go ahead, Average. I wanted you to comment on this. So you said in recent days you've seen a lot of your friends who are reservists getting called up. Have you seen this been ramping up in the last 10 hours? I know a lot of people on some spaces I was in, they were like, yeah, I got a call, me and my friends got calls. So do you know a lot of people like where you're living at that where this is ramping up, Average?
Yeah, friends and people in my community as well, and even a lot of my sister's friends, especially because they're younger, so they're like military age. Um, a lot of them are definitely getting ready and mobilized. The other aspect of this, and I mentioned this briefly earlier, but I kind of want to go a little bit more into this. Basically, the first 2 days of the week, I just couldn't sleep for 2 nights in a row with everything going on, and as I was sitting on in my room, there were not rocket alerts, so I was not in the bunker, but I heard airstrikes against Gaza, and they're clearly airstrikes because you hear warplanes flying overhead, and you can see them circling to refuel, and then you can see them going back to Gaza. And these airstrikes are like nothing I've heard in 2021. They are truly ground shaking. That's not an exaggeration or hyperbole. Like if there's anything suspended in your house, like that's on a hook or on a shelf, like it will move. It will physically move. Like everything moves. And they're like relentless for hours in a row, just like pounding the strip really, really hard. And before they were doing a ground invasion, I've also seen some images of Gaza. Like they are going very hard with bombing. Which is they absolutely have to do that. Like if they don't completely destroy munitions factories and caches and defenses and just like complete, I maybe there's something I shouldn't say, but one of the things is they still okay. I will say this: they still gave hours and hours and hours of warning time for civilians to get out of certain neighborhoods. I think just one of the problems there is when you do that in this kind of environment and against this particular kind of enemy, you gives so much time for you know the militants and the terrorists to also get out. Like they have access to all the same information that the civilians have access to. I've actually seen that they're still giving some civilians orders despite that to stay, and I think it was like on OSINT Defender's account, still stay and don't go anywhere because they still, even in this case, they still want to maximize their civilian death toll. So good for them. But the regarding the ground invasion, something I heard last night actually on the space you were there, Xerxes, with Walid Perez. He said this. I am extremely cynical about this. I genuinely hope this is not true, and it made me a little pessimistic to hear they're considering this like peacekeeping force as a replacement for Hamas. Like the strip is still going to stay, but there's just going to be a peacekeeping force. I think they said it would be like a UAE or an Arab peacekeeping force. Even if I fully trusted the UAE, which do I or not? I don't know. It's a question. It's like a whole discussion on its own. But let's say fully trust the UAE. I don't even know all the details of that. He didn't really elaborate on it. He didn't say that much. The problem is that we had the PA in power at one point in Gaza, and then Hamas, like, it was in this extremely violent uprising. They assassinated all their leaders, like they killed them in their homes, they threw them off buildings. Um, any kind of peacekeeping force that doesn't really know what it's dealing with and tries to rule a hostile population. And here, another thing that people don't realize, maybe some of you do know this, but like this is true in the West Bank also, and also in Iraq and Syria. It only takes a very, very small percentage of extremely violent people to triumph, because we think of like democracy and our leaders, but in situations where there's no actual enforced rule of law and it's just complete anarchy in the streets in practice, it takes like I don't know, a few thousands or a few tens of thousands, probably not even tens of thousands of people, especially if the majority of the population is either apathetic or doesn't don't care or is going to let them just completely like savage this peacekeeping force. And then I'm really terrified that we just end up back where we started and all of this was for nothing. And like, then it might not be specifically Hamas, but like elements of them or offshoots or factions or people with very similar ideology to them get back in power. And then the people of Gaza will not really care and just let this continue. I really, I don't know what they're thinking when they say that. Maybe there's something I don't know, but I hope that's not true. And like, I'm really not even sure what the solution is. Like, I heard what he said, and I thought about it since yesterday. I don't know who do you install in power after that? Do you reoccupy? I don't think reoccupying is going to be very popular inside
Yeah.
Israel either. Sorry, go on.
No, I agree. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, Patrick. I wanted to get you in here for this specific question because one of the things that's been raised a lot, like from people who have been speaking in these spaces, is like maybe the Israelis themselves don't even want to go all the way with this because then they have to deal with the problem of ruling Gaza. Like, what are they going to do there? Are they going to put someone, like what government are they put in place, and is that one going to be viewed as legitimate by the people? It's a whole can of worms. But what are your thoughts about this so far as like challenges going forward in this? Because we talked to John earlier. He was talking about all the problems. I think I never really looked into it as much as like I did the last few weeks about like Gaza and the way it is. It looks like a nightmare going into, like way worse than anything we saw in Iraq or Afghanistan. Patrick, what are your thoughts?
Well, as usual, when you ask John Spencer a question on urban warfare, it's good to listen and take notes. I heard part of his commentary, and he's very right. It would be very intense, very time intensive, manpower intensive. It would require a great deal of war material to do. It would be extremely expensive in casualties, depending on how they went about it. But I think there are really two questions. What is the goal? And he alluded to this as well. Is your goal to merely destroy Hamas' capability to do what it's currently doing? Or do you want to break the will of the Gaza population to do this to you again? And I don't think we know the answer to that yet. If you listen to rhetoric from Prime Minister Netanyahu and some of the Israeli Defense Force people, they seem to be favoring the latter because Israel's history has been they conduct a punitive raid after something like this, not at this scale usually, but after something like this. And then in 10 or 15 years, they have to come back and do it again. The kind of digitized horror that we're seeing, just the level of barbarism. I've been speaking about this pretty consistently over the past couple of days. This is something new. I haven't seen anything like this since ISIS probably, and even ISIS didn't do it at this scale, not usually. I think this may be eroding the usual Israeli reticence to inflict and in turn suffer significant casualties. And if that's the case, if they really are, as a population, hitting the point where they just don't care and they want this dealt with, however messy that is, then I think you may see some serious destruction in Gaza. I just don't think we know yet. If that is the case, then obviously it's going to involve a lot of collateral damage. A lot of civilians are going to get killed. But again, this is not, unfortunately, and I want to stress this. I analyze this from a purely what is and what isn't standpoint. I'm not endorsing it. It's morally, this is awful, and it's going to be awful. If this happens, it's going to look like the point the Americans got to, where we said, okay, the Japanese are dispersing their industry among their very flammable cities. We're just going to firebomb the city. And we did that in 44, 45, and hundreds of thousands of Japanese people died. We did it to the Germans. We got to the point where late in the war, when the Americans were going into the Saar region, and there was a rule, and it was unwritten. If you put out a white flag, we're going to roll in. We're going to occupy you peacefully, no problems. If you shoot at us, we're going to pull back, and we're going to flatten your village with divisional artillery. And that's just the way they operated, because they weren't prepared to take casualties. And I recall all this just to make the point that We don't know where the Israeli mindset is, not yet. But they have been given provocation to a point that it is possible that we see them willing to use a level of violence that has been previously very unusual for them. And if that's where this is, it's not going to be good.
So it seems like kind of what you're saying, and I think that's kind of the discussion I've been having with other people is Israel's always been really cognizant about how these operations look when they go in. They understand the scrutiny they get as just being the power with, they actually have the conventional tools for warfare. And you think that, where they've kind of pulled back on things, that's kind of gone away in this instance, and they're just full of rage, and that's the way you're looking at it.
I'm saying it may have, and again, I've been marinating in this for the past 72 hours or so, and what we're seeing is awful by any standard. It really, really is, and the question is, how much of an impact has that had, both on the key figures in the Israeli government as well as the Israeli population? Because you're right, traditionally the Israelis understand the international community, quote unquote, is not on their side. The UN does not take their side as a general rule. And if they are seen to be acting disproportionately or heavy-handedly, organizations like the UN will attempt to penalize and castigate them for it. And so they are generally very circumspect when they have to go in like this and use heavy firepower, because they understand they're under a microscope. The level of, I'll just, without belaboring it, what we've seen come out of Gaza and southern and central Israel over the past few days, and the way it has been widely disseminated, I think that may change the calculus here.
Okay, but I guess again, my final question for you, Patrick, is what do you think the goal here is? Because I actually never the way we look at this is it's kind of like this it's crazy drawing back from it, but it reminds me of the way we talk about Iraq in this sense. It's kind of where are we going to go here? Is it going to be state building in Gaza, bringing in new government? I really like what you said earlier. I think it was, I forgot who it was. Someone in the Bush administration. There was centers of thought. Ones that thought you go into places, you go after the people, and you go after the government, destroy it, and then you rebuild it. And then there was the schools of thought that said, no, you go in there, you bomb the hell out of the place, and then if we have to come back in 10 and 15 years, then we go back in 10 and 15 years. You know what I'm saying? So I'm wondering, what do you think the end goal is here? You do think they're going to go all the way to Gaza City, and the idea of expelling Hamas? That sounds very broad to me. If we're just speculating here, what does this look like, a ground invasion?
Well, sure. I mean, again, speculation. If we take Bibi at his word, right? Bibi said he wants to and several of the other IDF senior leadership have said this. They want to destroy the capacity of Hamas to wage war in Israel. That's been their general theme. So if we take that as their goal and we assume they're serious, they're going to have to go in and they're going to have to clear Gaza. And I'm talking about the majority of the city. It's going to be heavy fighting. Hamas tactics rely on Israel inflicting civilian casualties. They will attempt to prevent civilian evacuation because they understand the propaganda value and they have no regard for civilian life. They will attempt to maximize Israel's, they will force Israel to inflict civilian casualties merely by keeping the civilian population in the area while they resist. So that gets very, very ugly. And depending on Hamas's field strength, which is still kind of up in the air, I haven't checked the numbers on it recently. I really need to. That could mean you're fighting for a significant part of the city in a very active manner, which means that city is going to get a lot of damage. A lot of people have been displaced already. A lot more would be displaced. You're going to see again a lot of civilian casualties, and then at the end, as you say, you're left with a half-wrecked city, and you have to decide what to do with it. Do you decide to govern it? Do you decide to expel the population? I don't think that's on the table at the moment, but that is something people are talking about, and so we have to kind of think about that one. I think it's an outside chance. I don't think Israel's prepared to do that.
No.
Do you you're going to have to sift through that population. Who did you miss when you were going through the city the first time? Who do you have Hamas sleeper cells that are still among the civilian population that are doing your forces harm? You're almost certain to miss some of them. The question will be, what do they do in the aftermath? It gets very, very ugly, very, very complicated, and very, very resource intensive. If you have to occupy a city, John Spencer alluded to this. He's exactly right. The numbers of troops you need relative to the population, and then relative to the area you have to cover, is just massive. They could easily tie down 200,000 troops down there, easily. It really is a immense undertaking. So again, getting back to your question, it depends on what they want to do. If the goal really is to eradicate Hamas, then they're going to have to go down there. They're going to have to occupy it. They're going to have to dig through the population for sympathizers, supporters, militants, all of them, and they're going to have to deal with them. And that's going to require a lot of time, money, and manpower.
Yeah, I agree. Daniel, go ahead. Yeah, I think mostly I completely agree with that. Go ahead.
No, I think a good analysis, and I think just to add to that, right? If you're talking 200,000 troops in the city of Gaza, then you're talking about not being able to kind of defend yourself from West Bank or Hezbollah permanently. So it is, Israel's population's 8 million. They don't, right? There's not enough manpower. This isn't India or China where we say, okay, 200,000 troops. Okay, we can figure it out here and there. It's Israel. So the way I kind of see BB's statement is, I think he's going to wing it, is how I interpret this, because the statement he gave of, destroying, Hamas's capability to ever wage war again, it's something that, the Israeli community can get behind. It's a good objective. It's what they need to do right now, and it's also phrased in a way that maintains international support, right? So if he goes and says, "Listen, we're gonna just bomb the shit out of Gaza, kill all Hamas militants. We'll then go in. We'll then deport every one of the civilians who wants to go to Qatar. They can go live there, and then Gaza is going to be part of Israel. It's nope, it's done. Last chance, it's over." Right? If they kind of said something like that, then the international community would probably balk at the preposition there. So the way I kind of see this is they're going to wage war. I mean, finally, Israel's declared war on the people who declared war on them 17 years ago. You could say longer, but yeah, the scenario that both our military experts have outlined is untangible, and I don't think. And I don't think the Israelis don't understand, or I think the Israelis understand that in some capacity. So, is there some sort of wing it proposition here? Because if Hezbollah joins the fight, if this becomes a three-front war, I think the objectives will become different than if it's just Gaza. So to me, this is why it's hard for me to make predictions. Is I still see a lot of chips that need to fall before I think there's any real way to determine how this is going to go on all sides. And whether those chips fall or not, or where they fall, I think will determine what the sort of long-term goal is for the Israelis.
No, Daniel, I think that's
Yeah.
fair, and I'll end with this. We're going to know what happens when we start seeing Israel in operation. As was mentioned previously, the air campaign has been unusually heavy. That's indicative, but we just don't know yet. And once they go in, once we see the manner in which they go in, that's going to tell us quite a bit.
I was going to say, Patrick, what do you make of these? It looks like more American assets are going to be kind of, I don't know where they're going to be, probably near the Mediterranean, I assume. But what do you make of this? It seems like obviously the way we're talking about it doesn't seem like a threat to Hamas, doesn't seem like a threat to PIJ, but probably Hezbollah and other powers. Is this kind of routine stuff going on What do you make of this? And do you know of any other reports of additional assets in the region? I heard there was a second group. John, I think maybe you can correct me here. But what? Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, and as someone who's in the past been very willing to criticize the president, I think he's making the right call here in the initial stages. The USS Ford, in company with four guided missile destroyers and a Tycho class cruiser, are headed toward the Eastern Med. The Air Force has said through the Pentagon that we're going to be reinforcing our air assets in the region as a show of deterrence in case we have to use them. The USS Eisenhower may be en route with her battle group, and that would give the U.S. significant firepower in the region. The USS Bataan and her amphibious ready group are currently in the Persian Gulf. If they begin to move, that'll also give us an indication. This is putting a lot of firepower in the region for the president to call on if he thinks he needs it. Now, it's important to understand what the president has already said. He said we will support Israel, and we've already seen resupply of air defense systems like Iron Dome affected, which that's normal. We've done that for them before. In addition to that, he has given a very stern warning to anyone else from joining in. This is obviously a shot across Hezbollah's bows. It's a warning that Iran better not get directly involved in this. It's, and to a lesser extent, it's Egypt, calm down. It's, Syria, you're messed up. You don't want to get involved in this. Hezbollah obviously controls Lebanon. They have virtually no independent say in what happens. So Hezbollah is the recipient of that warning up there. But it's just a show of force to tell everybody to calm down, back off, and let Israel sort Hamas out. And if that doesn't happen, say, as I suspect may happen, once Israel goes into Gaza hard, Hezbollah opens up a new front to try to draw off their strength, then the president has options. And he's got significant firepower in the region from which he can, launch a series of airstrikes. I do not think we see large-scale U.S. boots on the ground that would cause more problems than it solves. But it does give President Biden a great deal of flexibility as to how much force he can bring to bear if he thinks he needs to. And, credit to him for setting it up that way and giving himself options in the future.
Yeah, completely agree. Average, I'll let you go ahead, and then we'll go to John and Edward. Go ahead, Average.
Oh, sorry, I was out of the app, so I had to come back in. All I wanted to say was, I honestly forgot what I wanted to say. It's been a while since I initially raised my hand, so just move on to someone else for now.
Okay, no problem. John, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to shoot this question to Patrick because we were talking about thresholds before, so I'm not really sure if you had been in the conversation when we were talking about it, but we were talking about kind of like the thresholds for other nations to kind of enter the war, and so I'm glad the conversation steered this way. The question I would ask you, right, is you mentioned, I think rightly, that as a fellow person who's critical of Biden pretty often, he's making the right decisions now, but do you think the rhetoric towards Hamas isn't clear enough? Like, I personally think that if he leaves any ambiguity in kind of the ocean of cross-national rhetoric or cross-actor rhetoric, I think that Hamas will still see, okay, if he doesn't necessarily say, like, if you get involved, we will strike you. I think Hamas will still, not Hamas, I keep saying Hamas, Hezbollah will still see that they have this, kind of space where they can get involved without U.S. striking them. Do you think we have to be extremely certain, or do you think the ambiguity is beneficial or not?
Hey, John, good to see you. I would, in an ideal world, I would like the president to come out and say, Hezbollah, stay out, or you're next. In an ideal world, I'd like to hear more from him on the hostages, especially. Obviously, we have confirmation of Americans in captivity. We don't know their status, as far as I'm aware. But obviously, Hamas has threatened to begin executing hostages if Israeli airstrikes continue, and Israeli airstrikes have continued following that announcement. Hezbollah has also threatened to attack U.S. assets and civilians in the region and more broadly across the globe if we intervene. So, yeah, short answer, yeah. I think they will keep playing that game until we make it completely clear to them that we are not playing around here. And if they, if they come after us, if they go after our ally, we're going to level them and we're going to get involved in this in a serious way. So, like I said, I think President's good out of the gate. He may need to get it, but I think going forward, he needs to get a bit more strident, given that Hezbollah apparently isn't getting the message.
So real quick, as a follow up to that, I asked Prodigal this earlier. Obviously, we could probably guess his answer. He erred on the side of incompetence, but we usually do when it comes to this administration. But how stretched thin are we? A lot of people are saying this is, we saw some reports saying that Iran was trying to drag the U.S. into a broader conflict, trying to spread us thin. Patrick, are we? I've heard you talk about this when it comes to ammo, the lack of self-sufficiency, but would something like this really spread us thin? Do you believe in this?
Yeah, I mean, we're not in the best situation right now to fight a war, but could we fight a limited engagement against Iran if we had to? Yes, I think we probably could. Does the president really need to lean on the defense industrial base and make that an absolute priority? That is also yes. But yeah, short answer to your question, we're not in the greatest position right now. We could probably still fight and win a limited war with Iran if we had to. But so far, thankfully, it doesn't look like it'll come to that. If it escalates that way, then obviously I think we should be prepared. And frankly, if they want to fight, we should give it to them. Because people need to understand, Iran is the nexus between Islamic terror, Russian actions in Ukraine. Taking them down a peg, as awful as everybody understands a war with Iran would be, is becoming increasingly a question of, can we afford to wait? And that's a very uncomfortable question. It's not one anybody wants to have to address. And we've been kicking that can down the road for a couple of decades now. I think that's something the administration will have to tackle with, and they'll have to develop a national security strategy around it.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Patrick. I want to go to Roy Lee because he keeps having bad connection, and then we'll go to Edward. Go ahead, Roy.
No, I wasn't having bad connection. It was my cat keep sniffing my phone. That's why. Sorry, guys. All right. So real quick. So I saw, if you guys saw news, I think it was yesterday. It's probably the day before yesterday in the Eastern time now. United States and two C-117 to Israel to carry the supply military assistance that Israel needed, that including Iron Dome, that we have a small number for the testing purposes. And another thing that's very important for Israel is small diameter bombs. Like Israeli Air Force has been posting a lot of wonderful videos of precision airstrike destroying a building without even destroying the building next to it, which is shockingly accurate. This is definitely the work of those like small diameter bombs that we've been sending them, or they purchased prior to this. There are two types of them: SDB-39 and SDB-53. These two have different purposes. 39 can be GPS guided and precisionally strike the ground target. The 53, I think, if I was mistaken, even has a radar or infrared tracker in it that could make itself able to track and tag a moving target in considerable distance. So I would be very scared for Hamas now. And also Israel yesterday announced that they will stop calling and warning the civilians in the areas they previously warned to evacuate 2 days ago before they dropped the bomb now. And so far, I have not seen a single video of Hamas executing hostages, even though Hamas said Israeli airstrikes killed 4 hostages. I think when they said Israeli airstrike killed 4 hostages, it means because Israel's airstrikes, we killed 4 hostages. I don't think they're even able to bring themselves to say, oh, we just executed 4 hostages. Hey, guys, do you want to keep bombing me? No, I don't think so. And also, sadly, a couple minutes ago, Israeli Army's spokesperson just said the newly updated the death toll for Israelis in this conflict just raised to Oh no, is this war? I will call this war now at this point. 1,200. That's a very big number. If anyone wonder, that's almost to the point of the Arab-Israeli War in 1973, the Yom Kippur War. This is a very big number. If like this is a really big number, like no joke. And if you like, this is a country with population of approximately 9 million. This is a huge amount of people that died, and for this small country. So I honestly cannot believe what I'm seeing. There's still people calling Israel to have restraint, and I just can't believe that. And I support the freedom and liberty for Palestinian people. But the only way for Palestinians to be freed, to be liberated, is when Israel kick Hamas the out of the Gaza, out of West Bank, so they will be able to live peacefully, coexisting with Israel, state of Israel, without fearing of the Hamas firing at Israel and Israel having to retaliate. So, and
All right.
another thing that I wanted to address is that I suspect a ground operation will probably commence within next 24 to 48 hours with large scale, because Gaza has been cut off the electricity and water, and keep this is going to cause massive amount of like humanitarian issues if this continues. I hope the rhetoric doesn't shift against Israel. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, well, yeah, no problem, Roy. Well, they did say 48 to 72 hours. So I mean, we're in the thick of things here now. So, expecting something to pop off here soon. Edward, we'll go to you, and then we'll go to Matthew. And I want to switch gears here, talk about something new, and we'll take it from there. Go ahead, Edward.
Thank you very much, Xerxes. I have a flight to catch. Sorry, everyone who had their hand raised before me. So I would make it really quick. So first, all of our thoughts and prayers with Israel. And I think what we should not forget, yes, we are evaluating this situation from the military perspective, but we should not forget this is a war on terror. It doesn't have any proportion. It is not about, okay, they killed this many, we should kill that many. We should not restrain Israel's hand. They have absolute right to go full-fledged on Gaza Strip, even if it takes some drastic measures as carpet bombing some areas of Gaza, because before Patrick is here, but in the medieval the wars were very fair actually, because you had all the two armies outside of a city facing each other and killing each other, and that was it, and somebody was adhering to the other, whether for example by killing few or many. At the end of the day, the civilians were kept out of the war. But now the situation is you have one front, which is Israel, and then the other doesn't have a proper front. They are within the homes, they are within civilian areas. They shoot from schools, they shoot from hospitals. The other day, we saw this video of a mosque that had a secondary explosion that just was an indicative of using it as a depot of ammunition. So, when you use such tactics, when you use terrorism, this is actually what you're gonna harvest. So this is basically the result of what Gazan choose, and this is not something that Israel choose. And I think the better for Israel long-term campaign, because as Prime Minister Netanyahu said, it's not gonna end here. This is gonna be a long war, and I think the better is they diverge it to towards Iran, because Iran and Qatar, both of these states are states sponsoring terrorism. Let's face it, America is sacrificing the security of the people in Middle East, in Iran, in Gaza, in Israel for the energy security. And unless they have these policies that, oh yeah, for energy security, let's just sacrifice few of our principles, few of our democratic principles, few of our freedom, this is exactly what we're going to harvest. So a major shift in American politics, a major shift in international response. And lastly, I want to mention the problem we have back home in all these Western countries. I've seen it in Berlin and I've seen it in Canada, that you have people that come out to support terrorism. This is absurd. And let me tell where that's gonna end. This is gonna end in a civil war within all these good countries that are built upon democratic values, secular values. And then unfortunately, we are heading to a not nice path. This is actually putting us on a civil war path. And this must be addressed as well. So the problem is not limited to Middle East, it's not limited to Israel. We have major issues in US, in Canada, in UK, in Germany, and in free world, what we know as free world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Xerxes.
Thanks, brother. I want to go to Daniel, and then I see Mehran in here. It might be the same Mehran from years ago, I remember. But guys, I want to talk a little bit about some breaking news that we have here. If anybody has other news you want to share, please come up here. I don't want it to be a space just based on that. I want it to be a little bit of that, but I want to be us talking about kind of the other things here, the connections, getting into the real meat of things. But Daniel, go ahead, and then we'll go to some other people. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, I think Edward brings up a good point of there's going to need to be a global solution here, right? This is about foreign policy, understanding the consequences of bad foreign policy. That's a lesson I've been trying. I mean, it's one of the things I did in 2016 when I left comedy was like, things are going wrong here, policy-wise. There's some bad thinking. Society's breaking down. Like, time to talk about some issues and do it. But with that, there's another angle to this, which is I don't know how many Jews are here who are in the diaspora. I know averages in Israel, but I am under the impression, and I am 99.999% certain of this, that this war is going to evolve into a global intifada against the Jews. And I think you're naive to think otherwise. We've seen in Toronto multiple rallies of people jubilant and excited at the images of what went down at that music festival, in those kibbutzes, all over. Absolutely filled with joy on the streets of Toronto, New York, London, calling for the death of Jews. For years, they've been saying Antifada is the only solution, global Antifada. They've been teaching this at universities. I am famously not friends with the Muslim Brotherhood. Spent a lot of time looking into this in Canada. Those are the most powerful activist organizations in our country. They run institutions. I know what they preach there. I've seen the videos. We've ignored it. Now, is everyone in those rallies in London, New York, and Toronto, are they going to go home tomorrow and attack the Jews? No. If those people at the rally were near the dead bodies of those girls being raped and murdered, would they participate? Yes, they would, happily. A non-zero percentage of those people, a significant percentage of those people, are going to want to get into the glory, to fight the Zionists, to, push the cause. You think, there are no mothers and fathers in those crowds? You think they don't talk about what's going on to their kids? You think the tone of the conversation is anywhere near the one that you're having in your household? So I say this as, yes, this is the doomsday scenario that I've been warning about, and it's time we face it. This will probably be a new factor in the world's response to all of this. So when we talk about goodwill and we talk about, Israel and Palestine and Gaza and West Bank, no, it's Judea, Samaria, we have been able to compartmentalize this as a far-off exotic issue like Kashmir, Israel, Palestine. It's over there. And it won't be for long. Within the coming weeks, you're going to see that. How do our countries react in those circumstances? Does that harden our resolve? Does that push us to more funding? Does that make us really consider Iran? Does it change our conversations? Or do we capitulate and try and ignore it and continue to pretend that it's just a few isolated incidents and kick the can further and further down the road and leave the Jewish community to fend for itself? I don't know how the world's going to react. I have a bit more hope seeing the reaction of most normal people to those videos. But also I saw the same conspiratorial lunatics who had no reason to talk about Jews before immediately start raving about Jews, right? Because people who want to find a reason to hate Jews are going to do it, right? My favorite conspiracy going around alt-right Telegram, where I'm a star of Canadian alt-right Telegram right now. I'm part of the Israeli organizations that have been bringing in mass migration to our countries. Yeah, that's the Zionist plan. According to them, is Israel and the Zionist conspiracy wants to take our countries that are allied. So we were going to take allied countries, flood them with immigrants who are hostile to us, and turn our allies into enemies to trigger some sort of, I don't know, right? This is going to come to the streets. There's already reports. I'm talking to people who've lived in Montreal their entire lives, just even before this conflict, just this last year since COVID opened up. They've been attacked on the streets for being Jewish because they're Orthodox or wear kippah. You're hearing these stories, and this is even before all of this happened. You know, I'll say that. I'll put it out there. It's a thought. Think on it. I don't know how the world's going to respond. I hope it's a reasonable one. I hope it's with the memory of what's happened in the past, but I don't have complete faith.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Daniel. Martin, go ahead, and then we'll go to Mehran.
Thank you very much for giving me mic. Uh, Before everything, I will say that I have a language barrier. Probably I will be not able to deliver, but I will try my best. What is my opinion about this big game? I think Iran sold Gaza or Hamas to the Israel. That's very clear. They got their money, $6 billion or whatever. They have to be quiet, and the Israel have to wipe out Gaza and conquer whatever they are trying for past decades. That's my opinion about this big game, and from this between Biden looking for sympathy of the major communities to be elected again. So probably it's not true, but that's what I can think about this. I have a few questions from my friends, from Iranians, from Indians who had speaking here. Look, we are all victims of some certain, like Iranian government. You think they're mullahs, akhund, whatever. You are the victims. We are the victims from Afghanistan, from the same category people. But we are raising voice against them for freedom, for the word that we called freedom. If we are against those people that they don't want us to have freedom of speech and the way we want to live, they are just pressurizing us, and we are escaping from the country and raising our voice for freedom. Now the question is, if we are asking this freedom, running behind it, why we are not letting that Palestinians to come out to the streets and raise their voice? I'm not talking about Hamas. That's question. Like Hamas, Iranian government, Afghanistan, Taliban, all are the same for me. We are talking about the nations. That is the question. Right. From all over. From Indian people who spoke here, I'm seeing them from ears. Wherever they're seeing a majority or a minority of Muslims being hate, they are coming there and standing against them. I wanted to ask that, I forgot the name, but I had a question for him. In India, BJP, for past 5 years, they're killing everywhere the Muslims. Did you raise your voice for any of them? No. If we are behind freedom, we have to call it
Right.
for ourselves and for everyone in the world.
Nope,
Okay.
Thank you
lies.
very much.
Well, all right. Thanks, man. Um, John, Mehran, I want to go to you in a second, but really quickly, I wanted to see, we're seeing more movement, it seems like, on the border with, going into Gaza. It seems like, I don't know what these are. I'm going to post them in this space here in a bit. I don't really know. It looks like there's a lot of troops mobilizing both in the north and the south. It doesn't look like much is going on on the north, but it looks like, I don't know. Let me try to find the timestamp for this, but in the meantime, I want to go to John, and then we'll go to Mehran. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick response to Daniel's point. I can't really agree with you on your prediction, right, that the conflict is going to trigger some sort of global cleansing of Jews and Jewish culture. But your second part of your argument, I 100% agree with you. You made the observation that many people, especially in great powers, so like U.S., Great Britain, and then their allies and partners, so Canada, Australia, generally just the Western Bloc, they kind of see a lot of these conflicts, including the Russia-Ukraine war, right, as kind of they see it very hands off. It's like this far away conflict that doesn't affect them. But then they complain about a lot of domestic issues that are actually induced by these, by these conflicts, especially the Russia-Ukraine conflict, right, which is essentially great power conflict, right, and things like it, just a small thing, not a small thing, but one facet of that is the global trade, right, and these affect the domestic situations in all of our countries, and people kind of because they see these conflicts as far off, they think everything happens. You mentioned the alt far right, which which is a perfect example. They think everything happens because of some domestic thing that's going on. I think somebody was in here before who jokingly mentioned, right? Everyone thinks that the Russia Ukraine, these alt right people think that the Russia Ukraine war was supposed to be some type of cover up for Hunter Biden's dick pics. I think somebody had mentioned, right? And we all chuckled, but like this is a real thing that's happening around the world. People, and so this is what happens, it's hilarious that you sometimes see people's opinions turned on their head, right? Because people are now really confused politically, especially domestically in the United States. I can't really speak for other countries, but I'll give an example, right? That a lot of people who would normally advocate for a free Palestine, right? Those are the type of people who were at that rave. You know what I'm saying? And it didn't matter. They're not. I don't want to say Palestinians. Hamas went in there and killed them. They didn't care because at the end of the day, they don't pick and choose, right? They took Chinese and Russian prisoners. They claimed, right? And they said this, which you would think would be counterproductive to their goals. I mean, there's other reasons as to why that it may be productive, but initially, right, it seems that way. But to get back to my main point, right, it just seems like people uh, don't really understand. They're unwilling to understand these global conflicts, these global geostrategic events that are going on. And
Right.
because of that, they just assume that everything is happening because of something that some politician said or something like that. And I thought that was a really great point that you mentioned, Daniel.
Yeah, can I
Yeah.
clarify my
Yeah.
doomsday
Go ahead
answer there?
briefly. Go ahead.
Briefly. I don't think it's going to be a global cleansing, like genocide of Jews. That's not what I mean. I mean, Jews are going to start to die on the streets of Western cities. Like, it's not going to be in the hundreds of thousands, but you're going to start to see dead Jews and severely beaten Jews. We're already the number one recipient of hate crimes. There's going to be a significant uptick in violence, and it's going to turn deadly, is what I'd say. And I give that warning to say this: the doomsday scenario that we predicted in Israel, due to their complicity and inability to sort of fire back when fired upon, has led them into a scenario where it's from a security state to a war. Whereas I think Western Jews are now sort of in the position Israeli Jews were in a week ago, where you might die, there's a significant difference. Okay, we got a problem to deal with. Can it be managed? And again, this just doesn't mean go kill that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that we need to stand up now and realize that there's going to be hard days ahead, and we have to face it on our feet. Is the message I'm trying to convey there? And I've been bracing myself mentally for years for this, and I want to prepare anyone who's maybe listening and hasn't thought of this yet. You're going to start to see some dead Jews in the West. What are we going to do about it?
So, Patrick, real quick, something came to mind. I had a question for you. Oh, jeez, it slipped. I'll get back to you in a second about it. Let's go to Mehran and then Average.
Hi, Xerxes.
It's been like 2 years, man. Where are you
It's
been?
been 1 year.
Yeah,
Been 1 year
yeah,
exactly.
yeah. Well, go ahead. So what's up, man?
I'm saying I miss you guys. I like to talk about what's happening what's happening recently. Um, I said what I said a couple years ago about Iranians um, supporting Palestine. I found it so ironic because you cannot support Palestine because these Palestinians don't give a fuck about Iranians. These guys don't give a shit about our struggle, about
So
what's
Mehran,
happened. Yeah.
what did you
Mm-hmm.
have you been following this thing closely?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. I've been following close. I've been following Twitter quite a bit. I just didn't broadcast because I needed a break from everything. I got banned on Twitter for calling out a communist, and he
All
called.
right.
So I'm just saying, these communists. I hate communists. This communist was saying that Iranians are fake CIA trolls in the protests of last year.
So Mehran, hey, real
Mm,
quick, Mehran,
mhm,
I'll get back to you in 1 second.
mhm, mhm.
I just have
Okay,
because
sure.
I just remember the question real quick.
Yeah, yeah,
I had for Patrick. Patrick, oh God, this slipped earlier, but I had a quick question for you. How do you? And a lot of people were DMing me this. I was curious to your response. How do you think larger powers get involved with this? Like, how do you think this serves Russian interests? One of the things that gets brought up a lot in this context is Syria. From a lot of the things we've been seeing, Syria's been kind of handing over, or I mean, Russia's been handing over a lot of these bases it ran to the IRGC in Syria, but probably still of some value. I know they operate the air defense systems in Syria. They have a lot at stake there. But how do you think, in general, this fares for Russia or China for that matter? But I guess the question was Russia. Go ahead, Patrick.
Well, the interesting thing about this is that Russia is the only major power that's actually offered to mediate, and they made that offer fairly early on. This was right after it was either Lavrov or Medvedev called Americans idiots and morons and accused us of facilitating this entire thing, as they are wont to do. Uh, it's and the sun also rose that day. But yeah, this is not something that Russia necessarily wants, but at the same time, there is a silver lining for it. Israel had just promised to deliver Arrow 3 to the Germans as part of European Sky Shield. This will almost assuredly impact that delivery date if it goes on for any significant length of time. Israel had previously given 155 munitions at the direction of the United States to Ukraine. Obviously, that is not going to happen again on the back of this. But at the same time, it threatens their position in Syria. If Iran, who also supplies Russia with drones and weapons and other assistance, if Iranian-backed militias in southern Syria choose to get involved in this, that could destabilize Russia's, not lone, but certainly best client state in the region, which is Syria. And they don't want that. They've spent a lot of time and effort keeping Assad in power. They'd really prefer Iran not have its attention and thus resources diverted into something that it sees as kind of a secondary issue that doesn't really concern it. They would prefer Iran's assistance go to them in bulk. But at the same time, it also distracts the Americans. It distracts the rest of the world. It keeps our focus away from their active war on Ukrainian soil. And so it's kind of a mixed bag for Russia. But if we believe their diplomatic office, which is always dangerous, they would prefer it come to an end sooner rather than later. Beijing is almost a more interesting subject because of how little they've actually said on this. They've said, we condemn the violence, and then that was about it. They haven't condemned Hamas. They haven't even blamed Israel, which is interesting. But they've said very, very little. And given their operations in the region recently, especially the diplomatic operations, it's somewhat surprising. My take on the Chinese is this: they're waiting to see how this plays out. Once they understand which way it's likely to go, then they will start making more significant moves. But the Chinese don't like to bet on anything that isn't a sure thing. And I think they're not convinced that one side or the other has the upper hand here, and they're going to wait to see how it plays out, who gets involved, because they don't have a dog in this fight necessarily, not if they don't want one. They don't necessarily have to get involved if they don't need to. They're still going to get oil. They're still going to get everything they need in the Middle East. If they said nothing more, they could just write this off as something that doesn't really impact them and carry on about their usual business.
Can I add some interesting color commentary to Patrick said?
Yeah, go ahead.
On the Chinese. Sorry about this, but I once talked with a Chinese professor in Jewish history that we had brought in for an organization years ago, and he gave a very interesting analysis of, because we were asking, it was a Jewish community asking about this, like the Chinese view on the Israel-Palestine and Israel Arabs, and in general, the Chinese like Israel. They love Israel. The story, it fits right onto like Chinese historical propaganda of people recreating a nation. Like they like Israel. They like the Jews. They like all the stereotypes with it. They like Israel. They do not like the Arabs. But they have a philosophy of like, you never betray a friend if they don't betray you first. Like old friends mean something. So you go back to like the first country that backed them, USSR. We're talking Cold War stuff, right? The Arab states were on the side of the Russians, the Chinese, right? Syria and like Egypt were a country for half a second that was under like the influence of the Iron Curtain. They still have that holding. So the Chinese philosophy is, yes, they're going to back their friends, but they don't really have any personal animosity towards Israel. In fact, they sort of have a propagandistic incentive to sort of keep it existing in a weird way. So make of that what you will.
I agree. Shahram, go ahead, and then we'll go to Roy. Go ahead, Shahram.
Yeah, I just wanted to say Patrick kind of cleared some things up about like Syria for me, because I was wondering why why is Assad like showing so much restraint like in that moment? Because I was actually kind of surprised that like he didn't do anything to the Golan Heights, but it made a lot of sense the way Patrick represented that. And like also I wanted to say, as a Iranian, seeing those images was just heartbreaking for me. And also, it brings back a lot of bad memories, not just from like our protests, but when Saddam invaded Iran in the 80s, we often forget that many Palestinians volunteered to join the Ba'athist army that invaded Iran and committed a lot of the same atrocities in Khuzestan and other provinces under Ba'athist domain for a short period of time. So, I grew up with a lot of those stories when I was young, and because a lot of my family members fought in that war. So, it brings back a lot of bad memories to kind of see those things in the terrorism that the Israelis faced. And, I kind of wanted to focus on like the Persian Jewish community there. They make up about 5% of Israel's population. And I just feel terrible for them because they can't live in Iran, and they escaped to go start a life, in a community where they felt safe, and they can't even do that anymore. Like where can those Iranians go? I just feel very terrible about like the
Yeah.
things that I've seen.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's been really tough. Average, go ahead.
I want to respond to something that Edward said earlier. It was a little while ago, so I'm sorry this is a bit late. But one thing that this always happens whenever Israel responds to terrorism or rocket attacks. there's never really been sympathy like this before. So in the past, people would focus on what they would call quote unquote Israel's war crimes, and they'd show like collateral damage that was deliberate, by the way, on the part of Hamas. But putting that aside, I I know I'm not speaking to an audience of millions of people. I'm speaking to an audience of maybe tens or hundreds. But please do not, as the time goes on, don't let the sympathy wane, because what some people will do, people are very fickle online. They'll see these atrocities and they'll forget why we went in and why we had to bomb Gaza just a few days later, and they'll be like, oh, look, now there's Palestinians being killed, so everything has to end now. Please remember the state of, I think with this audience it really shouldn't be a problem, but I just want to say it anyway. Remember the state of affairs in the beginning that got us into this whole mess, and who is the aggressor, and why Hamas. This is not even the first time they have aggressed like this. Why they need to go. And I just ask that you bear that in mind as this conflict draws on for days, hopefully weeks. The IDF is so sensitive to considerations of optics, especially when dealing with, European diplomats or the Biden administration. It's like one of the biggest constraints. One thing that there's like this misconception that Israel relies on American aid, or it's this client state. I mean, to a degree, right? It's a much smaller state than the U.S. It does have a relationship with the U.S. where it gives, it takes, sure. But the biggest thing we really want is not so much assistance and direct military aid from the U.S. I would forego all of that in a heartbeat if it just meant having a free hand to actually deal with these conflicts and deal with the evil terrorists properly and not have to worry about optics so much and collateral damage. I think that's one of the things that makes these things so difficult. People ask, how can this go on so long? Why can't you just get rid of these people? And this is probably the biggest reason why. It's not the only reason why, but it's easily the primary reason. So please bear that in mind as you see this unfold over the next couple of days, weeks, or however long it takes. I think it could be a very long operation.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, we'll go to, I think it was Roy, then John. And Mehran, I'll get to you, but you got to be a little more politically correct, okay? Go ahead, Roy.
Okay, so I'm gonna use our range of imagination a little bit. I'm gonna run my brain a little bit further than everybody expected. So I have a suspicion. I have no concrete evidence, but I have a suspicion that the reason that why U.S. responded so fast in sending aircraft carriers, because we might discover some intelligence that indicates that Iran was behind all of this and planning on conducting a two-pronged attack on Israel from both Gaza as well as West Bank, as well as possibly even with Hezbollah from the north. So I suspect that we send our aircraft carriers there, just telling everybody to stay away from this business. So let IDF to do their job, and the speedy response of the U.S. military might cost the Iran to swiftly change its stance and the decision making on this whole issue with Israel. So I think this is probably what has been going on. Like, and I have a strong suspicion, but I have no evidence. But I'm not sure. Like, this is just my guessing. Thanks, everyone.
So yeah, Patrick, I had this question for you because the thing I've been getting asked a lot is about the likelihood of a multi-pronged attack and what that would look like. I don't know, man. Since yesterday, like early yesterday, I was really convinced that I really thought that Hezbollah was not going to get involved because I thought, they're really not in a position to get involved. I also didn't think the IRGC was in a position to get involved. All of that went out the window as of today, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. These small tit for tats don't necessarily always boil over into full scale, like back and forth, but we'll see. What do you think of the chances of this turning into at least bringing in Hezbollah more, to play a more significant role here, Patrick?
Well, I think it depends on how much horror and turmoil does Iran want to cause in the Middle East, because we have to remember that's from an Iranian standpoint, and Iran, the government at least, backs, supports, funds, trains, arms both Hezbollah and Hamas, in addition to a number of other militias in the region. And dividing the Sunni world from Israel is the strategic goal here, in my opinion. So the question is, how much damage do they want to do? And how much damage are they willing to risk to their proxies in order to do it? Obviously, they are willing to risk Hamas, and Hamas has conducted, which we have to give them credit, a fairly brilliant infiltration attack. And they've now retreated to the civilian population, which is their standard modus operandi. The question will be, how much more does Iran want to do? Hezbollah could easily open up a second front in the north. Either, it could be continued harassment fire, which we've seen throughout the past 24 hours. It could be something more substantial. Hezbollah has around 20 to 25,000 full-time fighters, perhaps another 30 that are part-time, and that's exclusive of whatever recruits they might be able to generate out of this in extremis. So that's a force significant enough that Israel will have to guard its northern flank, and they are doing so. I think there's a full division moving up there as we speak. They're complete with tanks, APCs, and everything else they need. So Israel understands this, and they're keeping an eye and significant assets up north. But it's also going to depend on their assessment of President Biden, because President Biden has made the U.S., rightly so, the other power looking to come in on Israel's side if someone intervenes. And again, this is where I have to criticize him. He not only just gave $6.5 billion for 7 American hostages, he also relaxed the oil sanctions and embargoes and allowed Iran to make somewhere around, several tens of billions in what should have been sanctioned oil sales. He has not taken a hard line with them. He's been consistently interested in a JCPOA 2. We've seen the Robert Malley scandal erupt in the State Department, along with several fellow travelers, some of whom were at defense. And the extent of what happened and their culpability is still somewhat unclear, just innocent until proven guilty. But it is a major scandal, and the administration has not reacted harshly. Several of those people are still in their positions and still have their security clearances. This gives an impression, whatever the truth may be, that Biden is soft on Iran. And if the Iranians do believe that and believe that they can instigate Hezbollah involvement without a U.S. response, and if they anticipate Biden having a red line in Syria moment circa the Obama administration where he talks tough and then backs down, then I think this two-front scenario is very likely. And you do see Hezbollah get involved and attempt to exploit Israeli operations and focus on Gaza.
Yeah, I think that's something I'm going to be really watching very closely. That's kind of where my interest is at right now. John, go ahead, and I want to start talking about some other stuff I have. This is like the last things I have, kind of touch on like the last topics. I want to make some like last connections here, and then let's get some more. I'm going to be rotating some speakers in and out. I know I got a lot of requests. So guys up here, if you get moved around, don't take it personally. Love having you guys. I'll bring you back up. John, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to regress the conversation just a tiny bit. I believe someone had asked Patrick a question about kind of like the Chinese ratification confidence, which is minimal, slim to none. But one thing we have seen from the kind of the Chinese sphere is their news organizations and they're like military publicists and stuff like that, which are all state-owned, right? Not officially, but they're all state-owned. I work with someone called Sinotalk, and they do some pretty good work, and they wrote an article on this, and they were kind of pointing out that the Chinese, what we've seen coming from their news organizations and other publications, are calling for a two-state system, and it kind of indicates this tone deafness in Chinese foreign policy, which we've kind of seen before in other issues. But at the same time, they criticize things like the Middle East Europe economic corridor, right? Now, obviously, and they spelled doom. Supposedly, this conflict is supposed to spell doom for that corridor, right? Now, by spelling doom for this economic corridor, obviously, what gets promoted, Belt and Road, right? So they kind of do a lot of their rhetoric kind of through these type of publications and news organizations. Military Today, I believe, is one of them. I could be mispronouncing the name, but not mistranslating it. I mean, but in general, we tend to see a lot of tone deafness when they get into, especially on ethnic issues worldwide, Chinese rhetoric. And so while they kind of maintain this stance of being neutral on a thing and calling all sides to negotiate, it's pretty clear kind of which side they're leaning on, and that's kind of whatever side least benefits U.S. Interests in the region.
Shazman, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna say, you okay if I had something I wanted to pin to the space. It was just the stuff at the Iran conference with Nifty. Is that okay?
Yeah, no problem, man. I mean, listen, I want to definitely make sure we kind of keep this all connected to what's happening Israel, Hamas, all of that stuff. But definitely, man. I mean, go ahead, pin something in the space. Is it Sarah's thing?
Yeah, exactly. I was just gonna do it because Nifty has been thinking on its feet. I mean, first of all, great co-host Sarah is going to be speaking there, so tune in. But I mean, the reason I did want to pin it was just because Nifty thinks on its feet. Nifty is associated with Reza Pahlavi to some degree, as most people can tell, and they know that the future of a free Iran means a future friendship with Israel. So yeah, they're focusing on that. They're going to include some focus on the modern war on Israel that's going on from Hamas in the conference, I believe.
Right. Yeah. Love the organization. Definitely support them. I want to go to Al Morshids. Al Morshids, what's going on, man? I see you in my comment section saying all sorts of stuff. I won't let you up and speak because you're Arab and stuff like this. What's going on, man? What are you talking about? Go ahead, Al Morshids. I want you to go ahead, man.
Well, thank you. Yes, first of all, I apologize from everybody and say hello to everybody. My name is Sami. I am from Saudi Arabia. No, I waited for a long time. You put me in the panel. I waited for about 2 hours. Many people spoke on the panel 2-3 times. I raised my hand up for a long time, and there was no answer. I wrote you DM, and there was no answer. So I thought you were ignoring me. But anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Go on.
Anyway, I deleted what I wrote there because I really felt insulted. But since you asked me to come back, I am interested in the topic very much. And by the way, I am a friend of the Free Iran group. I always
Good. Well, listen, man. I'm glad we could hash that out, and we're best of friends now. So, what's up, man? What you got for us? What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts on what happened. We have to first of all let me say that I am sorry for all the casualties, the civilian casualties on both sides. This is inhumane. Nobody should but condemn what happened over the last 2 days in Palestine and in Israel. This was a terrible incident. Hamas is, as you know, labeled as a terrorist group by my country. We tried.
What's your country?
I'm from Saudi Arabia.
You're Saudi. Okay.
Like many other countries, Hamas, everybody knows, it's working under the direction of the IRGC of Iran, of the Iranian regime, like Hezbollah and the others. Unfortunately, we have to say this. The main problem in Israel and in Palestine is the occupation, which lasted for 75 years. That's the initial problem. And since then, I think many initiatives were put on the table and always the Israeli government, different governments refused to accept the Palestinian right to in their homeland, in their own country. In simple words, the two-state solution. So I hope this terrible incident will at least be an example and a lesson to both sides to understand that peace is the only solution. The two-state solution is on the table.
Sami, I have a quick question for you, Sami, and we have to wrap up here. Do you support the Saudi normalization agreement with Israel?
Conditionally, yes, of course. If they agree to the peace initiative, which is the international law put on the table for many years, which is supported by the US and by the whole world. I think it's a good initiative. I think this will be good for everybody. Saudi Arabia is working on this deal with the United States. It was almost close to be concluded with good results, and that's why I think what erupted by Hamas and Iran lately is to stop this simply because Iran cannot live without the cause of helping the Palestinian, which is a false cause or a lie by this regime in Iran, but they use it and they succeeded to use it. Their main program and their main aims is to occupy Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, all these Arab countries, not in Palestine, but they use it as an excuse to lobby or have Arab supports from all these countries. People are killed in Syria in the millions, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Lebanon, because of this regime, and the Iranian people are suffering from this. We have hope that the United States will change the Obama policy, which was terrible and which allows Iran to make all these problems in the region.
Right.
Unfortunately, it seems the Biden administration is still hesitant to do that, and we hope that this will not be exaggerated to be used for other issues.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, listen, I'm glad we could hash this out. Look, I knew we were going to have a lot of problems in here, all sorts of people in these spaces. And, it's a very controversial issue. But so far, I haven't had as many people yell at me today. I guess that's a good start. I want to go to Intel.
Do you want me to start yelling at you, dude?
No. Listen, I get enough from that. From Sarah over here, so I don't need it from everybody else. But Intel, I want you to know, I'm just kidding. Sarah never yells at me. She's nice. Intel, go ahead, man. Do you have any updates on anything? I've been looking at some reports. I can't validate anything, but I saw some movement into Gaza. Have you got any of these videos, or what is your assessment of things right now?
I've seen quite a few videos, not of movement into Gaza by the IDF, but I do have something I'd like to comment on. I think many of us are aware of the $6 billion that the Biden administration gave to Iran recently. And hypothetically speaking, from what I've been hearing from the spokesperson or the U.S. government, is that the U.S. government has some tightly knit controlled mechanism that they're not going to allow Iran to use those funds on anything else but humanitarian aid. And I just think a little while ago, that's $6 billion that Iran could use to help the people of Palestine. I mean, just imagine that. Like, Iran going in and somehow coming up with this awesome plan to use the $6 billion that the U.S. is saying you can't use it on anything else but humanitarian aid. If they use all that aid to help out all the people in Palestine, I mean, they can go to Egypt and set this up. They can go to the UN and set this up. I mean, there would be a lot of people in the Western nations that would be really upset. Like, no, you can't do that. You can't. Well, yes, you can, because this is humanitarian support. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I know that you're Iranian American, Xerxes. What do you think about that? Like, if Iran were to use the $6 billion for Palestine?
Well, Intel, I think they give a lot of money to this region that includes Palestinians. Look, none of us even wanted, like, a lot of us thought this was money going back to them was a bad idea. Partially because every time you see the Iranian regime involved in anything in the region that's very aggressive, they get rewarded for it. 600 million, whatever figure you said to Palestinians. Look, they give Gaza's on the record saying he's gotten the leader of Hamas is on record. We have videos of him admitting to getting billions of dollars from the Islamic Republic over the course of the last decade. So I think that's part of the problem. I think Armenia, I think, learned this lesson, and this is lessons that everybody's gonna have to learn. Like, when you get in bed with the IRGC, when you get in bed with these groups, like, you're kind of done for in a lot of ways. Like, this is a bad decision on the part of any state actor. This is why Armenia was always so hesitant, I think, to get in bed with the Iranian regime. The PIJ has done it, Hezbollah has done it, Hamas has done it. And look at where all of these groups have gone. I have a big problem with this idea. They call it the axis of resistance. We should start calling this the axis of misery, because what all of these militias done is destroyed these places. I don't think any more money should be going over there. I don't think we should have even been releasing it in the first place. I think many people believe this. One of the problems we have is when we were looking at some of these situations, we were looking at Ukraine. I mean, the way I view it, the way a few people look at it, I mean, we kind of look at it. I kind of look like the Biden administration was funding both sides. You're releasing $6 billion to the Islamic Republic, which is giving drones to be used on Ukrainians, which is something we care about, apparently. But it seems like it's not something we care about. So I think we have to really get our house in order here. But I want to go to some other people real quick, but I hope that answers your question, man. Let's go to man, no problem. I'm glad you're up here. I saw you earlier in some other spaces. You do a really good job, so thanks for that. Roy, go ahead.
Yes, so I want to say nothing real quick. So, like, I don't want to get too much into politics or criticize my own politicians, especially considering I'm uniform. I'm going to talk about another operation. So, the U.S. Special Forces in country in Israel ready to take hostages back from the Hamas, and I think this is actually kind of getting me like shovels, and this is something like United States have never stepped into this region militarily, boots on the ground since 1982. Operationally speaking, we always actively avoid in conducting operation in such environment, what we call the MUT, military operation in urban environment. And might remind you guys, Gaza Strip is one of the most populated, densely populated area in the whole world. It's more populated densely than Beijing, than Hong Kong, than Tokyo. So any military operations in here will inevitably involve civilian casualties. And I personally think it probably would be a better choice for Israel to siege the Gaza, starve it out, or dry it out instead of having to push in. But honestly, this hostage situation is not giving us any leniency on the timing. So I think, sadly, we might have to be racing against the time. And time is not on the hostage side, unfortunately. And I don't think Hamas cares about the civilian casualty at all.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, man. It's going to be a really tough thing to see. But what we're really looking at is, part of the reason I made this space originally was to understand Hamas and Hezbollah, and also understand the IRGC connection. Kind of, I guess the way we explained it is, look, like, I don't want to go around in these spaces that are not about Iran, not about the Islamic Republic, and making it about it. But if that's the case, I have to do that. I've gone into some of these spaces lately, and it's almost like they didn't want me talking about that. And I get it. Like, that was one of the things I've always been sensitive about. It's like, look, like, because I've seen people do it to me. But when it comes to these things, it is connected. And denying it, like, I'm really kind of annoyed with some of the people. Like, I was in some bigger space, and I was talking about this, and they were like, this is between this is between Israel and Hamas or Israel and Palestine, whatever. No, it's not anymore. It just isn't. And the more I feel like we do a disservice to ourselves, like telling ourselves this. There's Israel. My biggest problem with Israel just going after and doing or just some raid against Hamas, or some raid against a group in the Fatimiyun brigade, probably in Syria, is we always reject where the head of the octopus is. When an American was killed in Syria, it was northern Syria, an American contractor was killed. We went after the group in Syria that did that. But I thought things like this was a wake-up call where we actually had to start going after closer to the source. I never wanted B-52s flying over the region, stuff like that. But yeah, I think you got to have a little bit of deterrence here. Because this is kind of what happens when you don't. But anyways, I get long-winded about this. Average, I'll let you go ahead, and we'll bring up some new speakers, and then slowly start to wrap this thing up. It's almost it is 1 a.m. where I'm at.
Can I speak to Xerxes for a second after
Yeah,
Average?
yeah, I'll let you go. No problem. Yeah, go ahead, Average.
This is replying to I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, the Saudi guy who was just speaking. He mentioned the two-state solution. I don't know how much of that is about diplomacy or not. Let's just assume that he's genuine. I think after this whole story, the two-state solution, it was not particularly alive and well before, but I think it's completely dead now. And I think even elements inside Israel that would have supported before are simply they're out of sympathy. And I just don't see it happening ever. I think the last two offers in 2000, 2008 under Barak and Olmert were the very best deal the Palestinians would have gotten. They had at the time with land swaps 73% and 94% respectively in each deal. They missed those offers, and now they're probably never going to get one ever again. So just being realistic about it descriptively. Good luck.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of curious about that too, but I'm curious on I'm curious on what Israel's going to be looking for when it comes to things that it needs for this for this war. Patrick, I don't know if you saw some of the stuff we were looking at. I think it was some stuff about funding. I couldn't get any real concrete validation on funding. We saw $8 billion, some estimates out there. But, for this kind of a thing, do you expect for them to come to the U.S. for armaments? And what do you expect that's going to entail? Probably, I don't even know. I don't even know what they would need for this. This isn't really my area. But what do you think, Patrick? Do you think on this event they're going to go to the U.S. and what armaments, and what is that going to look like?
Well, yeah, if they run short, the U.S. has a history of helping Israel to resupply when they use up a lot of munitions. I don't remember if it was the 67 war or Yom Kippur in 73, but the Israeli government said, hey, America, we're using a ton of artillery munition. We need resupply. And at the time, we immediately resupplied them with a great deal of munitions, and they were able to keep fighting. So we have a history of doing this. President Biden, correctly to his credit, and immediately has sent what appears to be air defense munitions specifically for Iron Dome, because those systems have been running nonstop for the past 3 or 4 days. And we should continue to expect to see that, because they're going to run through a lot of ammo. And at our behest, they sent significant amounts of artillery ammo to Ukraine, and Israel is actually our ally. So we do have an obligation to back them up, especially after they, kind of acceded to our wishes and sent a portion of their own stockpile to Ukraine, which, again, underlines the necessity of America to get serious about its defense industrial base, but that's another conversation. In terms of material support, like I said, most of it's going to be ammo. The Israelis have a lot of their own weapons systems, and they're generally very well equipped. They're very competent troops. I would expect to see intelligence sharing. I would expect to see some logistics support if they need it. Again, primarily ammo. But yeah, if they have an ask for us, I think we can safely say that it will be seriously entertained by the U.S. And that's going to be, some of it's going to be expensive. There's just no getting around it.
Wait, so Patrick, before you finish, didn't we send a bunch of ammunition, especially 155 military artillery, from Israel to Ukraine last year from our own stockpile?
We did. several 100,000 rounds. I think
It was half a
I think it
million.
was like
It was half a
3.
million at least, no?
It's like
If I remember correctly, something
it
as
was a
well.
lot.
Yeah. Well, what's up, Piotr, the man of the hour? Look, this guy's been busy for the last. I don't know. I don't think he slept more than 5 hours. But man, you've been out here running these spaces. I've been seeing you for like everywhere on my timeline. So what's up, Piotr? What are your thoughts, man? You had your hand
No,
up. Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to back Patrick up. So I'm on my way to the airport after being a hermit for the past 2 days. I'll be gone in about 5 minutes. So yeah, I would just back up what Patrick said. I'm not an expert on American specifics. I'm more just talking from the Ukraine perspective. Zelensky's comments yesterday, obviously, quite interesting. I don't think he doesn't like being quite center of attention, and I'm not trying to make that sound sort of snarky. I just mean that he does obviously have genuine concerns about the impact this is going to have for support to Ukraine. Obviously, that no one's going to completely stop supporting Ukraine, but this a lot of Ukrainian friends of mine have been like, why the hell has this, why don't we get a carrier strike group? Why the hell? I mean, there's technicalities to that with the Bosphorus and Turkey, but why this response in this situation against a non-state actor versus us facing one of the supposedly great powers, second largest or powerful military, and so on. So there's this dynamics, and I genuinely am not sure how long this thing's going to go on for. I mean, at least in Israel's minds, after some of the stories that are coming out about the situation in the towns near Gaza, the Israelis are done. They're done. And I'm not going into which side you sit on this matter, but just if you are an Israeli, then this matter is, there's no coming back from this, is what I'm saying.
What do you mean? What do you mean by they're done? What are you
Well, I
referring to
mean they're
exactly?
done in the sense of the willingness to not respond in absolute. Well, they're launching a full-scale invasion with 300 reservists up in well in reserve. So I'm very worried about what's going to happen in Gaza. Basically, it's not going to be an easy fare, but the Israelis are going to be taking on this with a very, very heavy hand. I'm trying to be very obviously delicate with my wording. So the point is that this is not going to be a short campaign or thing. It's going to last a while. My continued concern is more, as you've got in the title, Hezbollah, because whilst we've seen pot shots, tit for tat, as it's called, it's not escalated beyond that. So, or what you call graduated response. So I'm still trying to figure out the probability that Hezbollah does sort of react to what's happening in Gaza. I don't think Iran is going to do anything. I think they've done enough in the initial steps of supporting this matter. I don't really agree with anyone who says that Iran hasn't been involved. Of course they've been involved. They helped plan this thing and probably fund it a bit and supply things. Where the hell does Hamas get a bunch of paragliders and sort of equipment and methods of infiltration that we've never seen them use before? And I'm not an expert on Islamic warfare. I'm just reading a bit of history education on that. So, yeah, I'm just worried about this bringing in Hezbollah and then it bringing in Syrian fighters or something and it just becoming a multi-pronged front. So, yeah, that's sort of where my mind is at. I'm trying to focus on the big picture because I can't deal with the back and forth between the two sides. It's so difficult to hear it. So, yeah, I'll stop there. I mean, I don't think the US is going to get involved more than just the carrier strike group and the special ops. But, this will be an opportunity for others to say we should do more, like Lindsey Graham, take it to Iran, and then others saying that, America's X, Y, and Z. So this is going to be bad no matter what happens, I'm afraid, unless they pull out.
So Piotr, what did you see? What did you see from Hezbollah so far? I'm looking to see if they're going to get involved in a major way. We saw maybe 2 to 3, maybe 4 of their troops getting killed. But is there any indication that they're going to get involved in a major way? Because we've seen this happen before. They launch some rockets, most land in an empty field. Israel launches some, land in an empty field. What do you think?
Yeah, sorry, it's just a bit noisy here. Hezbollah are the much more potent force. I mean,
they actually communicate through what I'm now sticking with as formal channels, not like official. Like, I'm not saying that like they sort of send out a press release and hold a conference, but they sort of update things with okay, we've had a 4th member killed, we've had a 10th member. So there's a little bit of consistency with them. I don't really know the way to talk about them. And they were the ones that Hamas took inspiration from in 2006. So I'm very, concerned that if they do get involved, it's going to be, a scale more than Hamas. But I don't think they want to. This may be a war of conquest or religion driven for Hamas, but Hezbollah still have a much stronger footing in Lebanon and control in the area that they probably don't want to jeopardize. So I'm still on the fence about Hezbollah. I think it depends the extent to which Israel responds and what that looks like, as I said before. Anyway, I've got to go. So thanks a lot, Xerxes, and everyone else. See you soon.
All right, man. Yeah. Have a safe flight, man. Nick, go ahead, man.
Thank you so much, Xerxes. Yeah, one I was going to add on to this whole linkage with Iran's regime. My concern is that Israel and the U.S. only look at this as a way of battling Hamas and containing Hamas versus actually going after the head of the snake, at least putting pressure through legislation and through basically stopping this empowerment that the U.S. administration has done, the Biden administration has done by not enforcing sanctions and recently releasing billions of dollars to the regime, to the Islamic Republic terrorist regime in Iran. So if they, that's why we see a lot of propaganda, as you mentioned, Xerxes, like when you go into these spaces, they don't want you to bring up this linkage with Iran. And I think there's a reason. Some of these terrorist sympathizers, they know the head of the snake is this regime in Iran. It's the hand that feeds them. So if that stops, if the attention goes to the head of the snake, they know their days are over. So that's my biggest concern. If out of all of this, they just look at it solely as, okay, let's stop Hamas, and not stopping the source. And unfortunately, with this Biden administration, we see continuous appeasement, continuous enabling, and engagement. So we need to put pressure and make them basically reverse course. And I think one of the steps is getting them to actually admit that this ransom deal, the $6 billion, was a bad deal, having them freeze. And I think if that step is taken, we will slowly see a reversal. But there needs to be a lot of pressure. We need to pressure our Congress members. We need to pressure the Biden administration to stop this freeze and just in a nonpartisan fashion, make everyone realize like this Iran foreign policy of this Biden administration is wrong. You got it wrong. It's okay. Change course. Let's get things right now. Stop empowering this regime. Start enforcing those sanctions, the sanctions that are already in place. Enforce them, because those are tens of billions of dollars, more than this ransom deal. But yeah, of course, the ransom deal is still really important. I think on the activism side, because that's something I care about a lot. I think it's something that we can all do more specifically, and hopefully there's some sort of legislation comes out of Congress that stops this $6 billion. And right now we have the Massa Act, of course, too, which is good. But of course, we need more bills out there. But it's still great to continue to support the Massa Act, S 2626 in the Senate, which we've been doing all all year to put sanctions on Khamenei and his offices and make sure those are enforced.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick. Man, you've been doing a great job as always. You, Emily, Sarah, Patrick. I had a quick question for you. You were talking. When it comes to Biden, you really approve of the way he's been handling this so far. Like, what other things would you be looking for, like, following this? More, moving more assets in the region for deterrence. What other things do you think that the U.S. is going to be looking to do, or what things do you think we should be doing? Go ahead, Patrick.
You cut out just briefly there, Xerxes. If I understood you, what would I like to see President Biden do? Basically, was that it?
Yeah, what would you like to do, and what do you kind of expect where things to be heading? Yeah, basically.
Unfortunately, I don't expect a really robust and comprehensive response out of the Biden administration. I'm sorry to say that. I wish I did, because the previous speaker was right. You have to deal with Iran. If you want to understand what drives and funds and arms Palestinian terror, that's Iran. And if you're not willing to deal with Iran, you're going to have to keep dealing with this issue in Israel. In Israel and its surroundings, basically that part of the Middle East. Ideally, I would like to see them snap back oil sanctions so we can deny them the anywhere from $30 to $80 billion they've made through oil sales during the Biden administration as they relax those sanctions. I'd like to see the targeted killing of IRGC members outside of Iran. The Soleimani airstrike is a prime example. You need to start doing more of that. You need to kill their agents outside of Iran. On the extreme end, you go in and you start doing decapitation strikes, and you give the Iranian resistance a real shot at taking over that country. You take out their nuclear energy, you take out their nuclear development sites, and you kill or incapacitate a large portion of their leadership and the Quds Force, the IRGC troops in country, and the military leadership. That's at the extreme end. But you really do have to tackle Iran somehow, in some fashion. You have to, otherwise this is going to keep continuing. In terms of specific to the current situation, I think he's moving sufficient force in there for the moment. You may need to see additional troops or additional aircraft at least. But again, that becomes an issue. Where do you base them? In Incirlik? Turkey's already taken a fairly pro-Palestinian side. Do you base them in Saudi? The Saudis are walking a tightrope. MBS does not want to, spark a fundamentalist coup from the conservatives within his own country. He's walking a tightrope on this. So that's a problem. It's why carriers are probably your best bet, because it allows you to base off what, for all intents and purposes, is your own airfield that isn't beholden to any third-party country. Again, the U.S. industrial side is key. We're now supporting two wars: one in Ukraine, one in Israel. There are other hotspots around the world. If we don't get that taken care of, we're not going to be in this game for too much longer.
Yeah, I think that's the thing too. People are pointing at is this larger conflict we might be involved in. The third I've seen float around being China, Taiwan. Like, what if you could see like a multi-front thing? I think this is I've seen that in different spaces, where it's like a China, Taiwan thing. It's a Russia, Ukraine thing. It's a Iran proxy thing across the region. Like how that will affect things. But I don't think we're going to go there, honestly. One of the things that spoke a lot of volume is, I don't know. I feel like the IRGC has been kind of quiet. They've tweeted out some stuff, but I don't know if they're looking for a larger conflict or they're looking for direct conflict. So that's something we have to kind of wait and see. But I agree with you, Patrick.
Just one point.
Yeah.
That's the point. They don't have to be looking for a larger conflict themselves if they can form these proxy groups to do it for them. If they've got enough militias roaming around the Middle East that are under their funding and direction, they don't have to get directly involved. I mean, that's the entire purpose of the IRGC and additionally the Quds Force.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, you bring that up. Like that's always been something I bring up in these cases, and is like, and I've even asked you this, Patrick, in a lot of spaces. I'm like, man, because you get it. Like if you're really having the Iran discussion or really having the Hezbollah discussion or whatever, and you want to go after the head of the snake, you have to be prepared for like these kind of uncomfortable conversations. Like, what do we really have the appetite for? Like you mentioned, going after targets inside Iran, or members of the IRGC. Like, do you think we have the appetite for that? Like, yeah. I don't think we. So I start to wonder, like, what are we actually ever going to do about this? Like, where does it turn and slide? Because it sounds good when you say that, Patrick, but it's like, realistically, I don't know if we have the appetite for it.
Well, right. You have to have leadership, and the American people can be forgiven for saying we have no trust. We've just fought 20 years of war. We've spent gallons of blood, trillions in dollars, and what do we have to show for it? And they frankly don't trust the American government to wage overseas wars without screwing it up. And they have, again, 20 years of examples that they can trot out with justification for why they don't. And frankly, the U.S. government has given them no reason to trust them and try to rebuild that reputation and that respect. So, yeah, the American people have very little appetite for something like that, but they also have very little leadership from their own elected representatives, which, that's a self-fulfilling cycle. But yeah, does it need to happen in the long term? Yes, I think, especially before the Iranian regime can become nuclear capable, because then you have North Korea in the Middle East and they're untouchable and they can do virtually whatever they want to do without direct threat, and that's not good. In the short term, no, I don't think we have the appetite for it, for all the reasons I just laid out.
Yeah, I agree. Intel, and then we'll go Roy, and then we'll maybe start wrapping this up in the next 20 minutes. Go ahead, Intel.
Thank you, Xerxes. I really wanted to comment on Hezbollah because I really truly believe that Iran has Hezbollah under their thumb. Literally, I think what they're waiting for is for Israel to conduct a ground operation into the Gaza Strip, and then at that point, creating division among the Middle Eastern countries. And the Middle Eastern countries will be asking, well, why isn't Hezbollah doing anything? And once they start asking those questions, then Hezbollah is seen as a hero in the eyes of many Middle Eastern countries for then making some sort of action to protect the people of the Gaza Strip. So one of Iran's goals is to create division in the Middle East, to cause division, and then create some sort of unification factor against Israel. So right now, Palestine is they're being attacked right now, and Hezbollah has said, "Oh, we will intervene." Middle Eastern countries, they're kind of upset, like Saudi Arabia, they're getting upset at Israel for conducting the airstrikes into the Gaza Strip. So Hezbollah is kind of seen as, I don't know, maybe I could be wrong about this, but Hezbollah is kind of seen as like this hero-esque type figure that once Israel conducts a ground operation, now it's like Israel is seen as a bad guy, and then Hezbollah is like seen as the good guy, and they come in and they start attacking Israel, and it creates some sort of unification, or maybe not a complete unification, but just enough that these Middle Eastern countries that were working towards normalizing peace with Israel are now starting to really sever their ties with Israel. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't think that's what's going to happen. And this idea, by the way, I've heard this a lot. I describe it in a blanket way of, Hezbollah is connected as like a tentacle of the IRGC, because largely I think they are. But they also have their own internal decision-making priorities. They still they still have to explain themselves to the Lebanese population, right? While Hezbollah, we just see them as this fringe group inside Lebanon, and they still they have to answer the Lebanon, they exist as part of a larger framework of the Lebanese government. And so they understand they have a responsibility there, and they're not in a great position to respond. And we've seen this before. When Hezbollah went into Syria, the entire doctrine of Hezbollah changed. And even when they would get attacked by the Israelis, their response would change. If you watch any of Hassan Nasrallah's responses, there was many military convoys, many important people in Hezbollah that were assassinated by the Israelis during the campaign when Hezbollah went into Syria on behalf of Iran. One of the things they would always say whenever they would get attacked by like the Israeli Air Force was, we will respond at the right time at the right place. And if you remember, like this became basically joke material in Lebanon, the right time at the right place, because what this meant was that they were not going to respond. So we've seen actually many occasions, even Lebanon getting hit and Hezbollah doesn't respond, because like they kind of have that, like, we understand Hezbollah as a proxy and a militia of the Islamic Republic, and I describe them as a wing. They still won't always follow. When the IRGC says jump, they usually will say how high, but they still have to consider these things. What is the reward in it for Hezbollah? Just completely destroy their society, all for what? I mean, I think they would go for it, but what is the reward for them? What is the reward for Iran? I'm gonna start asking these questions. But anyways, I want to go to Roy. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead until you want to follow up. Go ahead.
No, I agree that those are some really great questions. Like, what is their reward for wanting to respond to Israel conducting a ground offensive into Palestine? I mean, I have actually thought about that. Like, what if Hezbollah didn't do anything at all? Like, what if they just decided it's not worth it? I mean, we're all thinking Hezbollah will do something, but what if they don't do anything at all?
Yeah, Hezbollah's in a really tough place right now, man. Like their country's in a very, very, very. If you've ever studied Lebanon, and Lebanon is one of my favorite countries to study. It's just because it's just so unique. It's so I really like these countries where there's a lot of dynamics at play. My favorite country to study right now is Turkey. That's a really good one to study, but Lebanon is extremely interesting. That entire Levant has really incredible history. Everyone should read about it. You really should. But there's a lot of different tactics. But anyways, I don't want to spurge about Lebanese politics. Roy, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to say, like, Patrick might be right, sadly, that United States might not be in the appetite of conducting another mass scale military operation elsewhere in the world. And quite frankly, when we see a lot of American like politicians being elected, people like Major Green Taylor, um, people like a lot of these isolationists, that tells people that actually a lot of Americans actually are turning back to this isolationism and stuff post World War I, World War II, and Vietnam War. But I think there's also a solution for this. Like, if anyone remember how we restored our faith in our armed forces after the Vietnam War, we fought and a successful military operation in the Gulf War. I think if we can pull something like this off, we might be able to restore the faith of American people in our armed forces and military too.
Right.
So I think I wouldn't mind if we decide to do something like this. And yeah,
Patrick, I had a quick question about you too, because Patrick, you and me, we go in a lot of the same spaces, so we probably hear a lot of the same things. And one of the things that's been very unique from like in real life, like, sometimes we go in these spaces, and to a degree, I think it exists, but I'm like, man, this is like kind of what like the real. I feel like this is kind of the word on the street. Like if you want to get a pulse for America, sometimes going in some of these spaces, I feel like will tell you the story. And to a degree, I think that's true. One of the things we've seen, probably you've seen and I've seen, is this super, super radical. I mean, I don't even want to call it radical. I think it's even in a way logical isolationism by a lot of these people in these spaces. Like a lot of these people we go in these spaces we talk to, when we talk about these things, want nothing to do with it. And do you blame them? Like we see the way, like I always say, Americans, always have a tough time talking to my American friends about the Middle East because they've been disillusioned. They look at Iraq, they look at Afghanistan, and that's the filter they look through when they try to understand. Like when we talk about the Middle East, that's what they understand it as. You bring up any threat, you bring up anything, and they're like boots on the ground, 20-year war. No, not doing it. Is that a lot of the same kind of sentiments you've been running into, Patrick? Because I feel like that's what I've been running into. So when we talk about these things, they're always like super closed off. But anyways, I was just curious. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that, and especially from a military side, the vets are probably the most cynical people about this, and rightly so, I guess. Not even I guess, rightly so. Keep in mind, the American public was sold. We're going to go over to the Middle East. We're going to get the people who did 9/11, and then it's going to be over. And that turned into 2 separate wars, 20 years of occupation in Afghanistan, 8 in Iraq, 5,000 dead, tens of thousands wounded, trillions of dollars later. We come out and Iraq is a mess. Afghanistan's been recaptured by the Taliban. And it could almost be forgiven if the people who were responsible for it had paid a professional and a political price for it. If Lloyd Austin, who was the commander of CENTCOM from, I think, 2013, 2016, the last 3 years of the Obama administration, if he was not Secretary of Defense, things might be different. If Mark Milley and his fellow travelers within the military had been, frankly, either cashiered or court-martialed, as the case may be, things might be different. If the politicians who continuously voted for this and gave the military open-ended orders with no direction had been voted out of office, things might be different. But it's the same crowd who orchestrated that entire 20-year debacle that is still running the government. And, the American public is to blame for that because it reelects a whole lot of them. Now, that said, that means a lot of people look at this and say, I wouldn't put you in charge of walking my dog, let alone waging a war in the Middle East again, because we saw what you did with it the last 2 times you did it, and it didn't turn out well. And there is just an extreme level of, refusal. It's not necessarily isolationism. It's a refusal to let proven failures try again, holding high office. I think that's really what it boils down to. If you could convince people that there was a competent leadership cast that had a very specific and defined objective that was going to go in, do what we needed to do, and get back out, and was willing to do so with as much transparency as possible and with enforceable rules on how they conducted themselves, I think things might be different. But as it stands now, like I said, it's the same people who screwed up over and over again, and people just don't trust them anymore.
Yeah, I feel like there's also just like a general sense of distrust between the government. I mean, we all know this, but especially today, like any kind of conflict that's involved, like you see these these theories that get involved, and it really, I feel like shapes the opinion of a lot of people. I saw that a guy, I see his posts all the time. What's his name? He was in Mario Space with us. Jay Smart. He covers Ukraine. Jay Smart, something like this. And he was talking about how he was saying, he's like, interestingly enough, there's a lot of, he asked us a question. He's like, what do you think the, approval rating of, the GOP is when it comes to Israel versus Ukraine? And I think the stats he used, I'm paraphrasing here, but I think it was 75% of the GOP supports Israel, while 35% of them support Ukraine. So I'm like, gee, that's a fairly new, I didn't even think about it. By the way, I didn't even expect the, Israel's to be that high. But I feel like some of these things really filter the way, change public opinion. And it's become very partisan today, where it's like, why are we getting involved in this? Who are these guys? What's in it for them? What's the deeper level here? And I'm not gonna lie, it kind of frustrates me, but I see it all the time. But I agree with you, Patrick. Shazman, go ahead. And I see a couple other people I might bring up, but yeah, go ahead, Shazman.
Yeah, no, I'll keep it as brief as I can. I'll try to be 3 minutes or less. I just wanted to talk about what something that Patrick and Roy talked on, which is that idea of how do we go after the Islamic Republic's tentacles, the IRGC and stuff. What's the appetite for that? What does it look like? And ultimately, what's the end goal there? Are we going to, jeopardize American soldiers? Are we going to put taxpayer money behind it? I have a suggestion, just an idea that I've encountered myself that I think is the most plausible way to go about this, which is basically just that at the end of the day, it's it's a do it or don't. It's an on or an off. You either are serious about crippling and destroying the Islamic Republic, or you're not. If we're not, yeah, we can beat up their military projection capabilities a little bit, but they'll just build it back. They'll come back stronger than ever. We have to rip it out from the root. And the only way for that is regime change. Now, I'm not saying let's go send Marines into Tehran. No, Iranian people don't want that. American people don't want that for many of the reasons that we've listed here. But the way that you do it, I mean, the foot soldier in such a battle already exists in Tehran. It's the dissatisfied Iranian people. And you don't have to use taxpayer money for it either. There's all those frozen assets that belong to the Iranian state, but that are under the stewardship of America. Instead of releasing $1.2 billion per head for ransom, how about we just enable programs like getting internet, getting strike funds, small things that make a major difference in the capability of the dissatisfied Iranian citizenry to potentially resist and overthrow the regime. Pair that with a couple targeted, strikes here and there that are going to not affect Iranian civilians, but exclusively only target the regime elites, and you might have a real chance at enabling that. The main, that's just my idea there. I've seen that before.
Yeah, thanks for that, Shaz, man. I saw, it was crazy. I was in a space not too long ago and they were talking about this subject, and somebody was like, Israel, and they were in this space talking about how, it must have been somebody justifying. They were like, the hardliners in Iran, they're the ones that called for this attack. The moderates don't want it. I always hated this idea or this topic of hardliners versus moderates, because it always gave everyone a false dichotomy of like what you were dealing with when it came to the IRGC. But no, I largely agree with you, man. I'm glad you're up here, guys. I wanna wrap up the space here. Thanks for everybody for coming in. I know a lot of you guys have been messaging me, especially you, MTG. Glad you were up here, girl. A lot of y'all. I'm gonna do more of these probably in the coming days as stuff develops. You'll DM me any questions and stuff like that you have. But go follow some of the speakers. Go follow Patrick, Daniel, Sarah, and take care, guys. Love you guys. Take care.